Hello, everyone. This is Defense Politics Asia. I am Wyatt, and welcome to DPA Open Mic, episode 41. And thank you for waiting for me. I went for a quick bath and then also make coffee. So I'm like just 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes late. So, just want to say hi to you guys. It has been a long week. Sorry if this wasn't done the day before. Because usually it's supposed to be on Saturdays, and now it becomes Sunday, and it's actually a Monday early morning for me. So yeah, so this is because it has been a very busy week, and so a lot of things I cannot do. So I make do of what I can, and the whole week we only have 2 sit reps. So that's kind of a disaster, both work wise and revenue wise. Is so anyway, okay. So I'm gonna drop the link to join the open mic. We're gonna speak. So the title for today is France refused to pull out of Niger or Niger, and the Nigerian Senate also blocked the path to war. Nigeria technically probably cannot go to war unless the president force it through. And of course, this is the open mic. We can talk about anything else also. This is just the title. So that we have some direction what to talk about, but we can just talk about anything. So I'm going to drop the link to join in the pin. Let me copy this, paste. And sorry, today I didn't wear my shirt. I wear somewhat of a singlet because it's busy. Not busy. It's a hot day. Sorry, my brain is not working anymore. You can see. I'm gonna drop the link, and I'm pinning it. It's now pinned in the live chat of the open mic channel on YouTube, as well as I have put it into the chat in the Rumble live chat. But Rumble cannot be pinned, so people who are in Rumble, you have to make do with whatever. And we have Prata.
Hey, hello, good morning.
Yeah, good,
For you,
good morning.
good
It's really
afternoon.
morning now,
Yeah.
and it's very, very early morning for me.
Yes, he's already afternoon. Yes.
Vaun is here, but he's not on screen, so I will put him on later.
I'm not hot at all.
Oh, yeah, he's here. Ta-da! Hi, Vaun.
Hi, folks.
I've decided today you should say Defense Politics Africa.
Defense Politics Africa. Welcome to Defense Politics Africa. Wow.
I can tell we have a lot of African experts on the panel early on.
Oh, I told Vaun.
Hey, I got to take a cheap shot.
Of course.
Well, it is interesting because we finally learned that geopolitics in Africa is a very complicated thing. Worse
Prata,
than what we thought.
I knew you'd be on here because you're trying to make sure you get that uranium and stuff. You got make sure that.
You mean plutonium? Plutonium.
When you need to mute your mic if you're not speaking because there's a wind blowing into your mic, so it's very loud. Yep. Sorry. Yeah. Then we have Luis. We have.
No, I'm just kidding, Prata. I figure we'll have a good panel. Vaz, where are you? Immanuel. Come on.
Hi, Luis. So I actually wanted to do it the open mic yesterday, but no time to do it.
We had a very interesting conversation with Omachi. He's from Nigeria, Immanuel Omachi. He's from Nigeria, and he said, okay, the point is they don't really need the approval of the Senate. If they really want to go, they will do it. I don't see how everything will work in terms of logistics. It sounds very bad, but yeah, go on.
Hey, I have a question then, since you said that they could go if they wanted to, irregardless of the Senate. Do you think that the vote was just to give him cover? Like he knew he doesn't want to go, but he says he does, so he puts the vote up knowing it's going to fail. Then he's like, yeah, look, I can't do nothing. My hands are tied. Even though we can. You know how the American politicians do that all the time. They let a few guys vote against it because they know it's going to pass anyway, so that way they look good to their constituents. So maybe that's what it was. Maybe he knows he doesn't want to get involved, but he had to fake it.
I think
the Nigerian president is very bullish, right? Like he really wants to go, like, real show his power. The kind of, he gives me that kind of vibe.
Yeah, but you have to understand some Africans sometimes, some parts of Africa especially. It is part of the folklore of that dynamics of doing politics, being very, very loud, very emotional. We saw the foreign minister of Senegal almost screaming in the floor in the press conference, showing how important it is for Senegal to go and show their military might. And we just know that Senegal just forbidden their second biggest party. So it's like their democracy is very questionable, but it was always very questionable. Anyways, it's a very musculate democracy. I don't think my problem here, Vaun, is that unfortunately you have a situation where ECOWAS somehow overreacted with that threat to invade and use force, and even showing the meetings with the generals preparing how to do it and so on. It was really a bit too much on the scenery, they might have the difficulty of getting out of that hype that they themselves created.
Well, I want to be clear on this. So is ECOWAS the pro-West coalition, or is ECOWAS would be the pro-coup coalition, or is it split?
No. If they intervene, they will intervene in the favor of.
No, that was not the question. The question was what ECOWAS is a kind of European Union in Western Africa. They are dependent, not all countries, but almost all of them, besides Togo and Ghana and Nigeria, they use the franc CFR, which is almost emitted by France, actually, or guaranteed by the French, not central bank, but finance ministry. And
I want to say Togo actually uses the CFA, which doesn't use it in the French-speaking areas, Guinea, because Guinea-Conakry broke up from the French system at the independence, and the French destroyed everything before leaving.
I think ECOWAS, when they made that threat.
If something was to happen, then ECOWAS would obviously, if they went militarily, then I guess they would be going in to unseat the coup, right?
Yeah.
There are other countries that speak English. Liberia and Sierra Leone are both English-speaking countries. So it's a mix of English-speaking or English ex-colonies, and French ex-colonies. It's a mix. So all West Africa is included.
So at this time, just 3 countries from ECOWAS really confirmed they were willing to send militaries, soldiers there. So it was Côte d'Ivoire or Ivory Coast, Senegal, and Nigeria, even if they got a no from the Senate. But these were the countries that really confirmed publicly they would go. Then you have many countries around which receive letters because an emissary of the Nigerian president was like traveling around Africa, the countries that border Niger, and they also got a complete no from Algeria, from Chad, from Libya. Yes, and then we have 3 countries in the ECOWAS which are suspended because they also have a coup, which is Conakry, Burkina Faso, and Mali, that also said no, and also said no to the whole sanctions they imposed, because they've already imposed a lot of sanctions, which they believe it will cripple the country. And the 2 countries of them, which is Burkina Faso and Mali, said very loudly that if any country, any foreigners, invade Niger, they will consider the declaration of war to themselves, and they will get inside of the conflict. So the conflict actually extended extremely. You see, there are demonstrations pro-coup everywhere in Africa, which is amazing. in many countries in Africa, you have demonstrations.
Guinea has not said it will intervene in the war in favor of.
I didn't say they will. I just said Mali and Burkina Faso.
That's it. That's it. Because the coup of Guinea originally was pro-Western. So there was, before the Mali and the Burkina Faso coups, there was a coup in Guinea and was pro-Western anti-Chinese. China had the concession of bauxite or something like that in Guinea-Conakry. And there was that coup and China protested, which usually doesn't. See, and that was because it was pro-Western. So Guinea is I think it's in the middle. It's like we don't want ECOWAS attacking the putschists because we can be next. We are suspended. But we are not going to intervene either because we are more or less pro-Western.
I have another question. I mean, I know we can get more into it, but with this refusal by the Nigerian Senate, does that do y'all think that maybe this kind of quashes this war talk for maybe a week or so? I mean, I'm sure there's forces moving around. I'm sure people are moving. I guarantee you Wagner's moving around. But I mean, the outright threat of an invasion or open conflict, you think it's been kind of quashed for a little bit?
France has rejected to remove its troops from Niger.
Yes, that was not the point.
Because they say they only will deal with the legitimate authorities, as opposed to government. Go ahead.
No, so answering to Vaun, as far as I know, where I read, it might be that you're right, especially because the spokeswoman or the cabinet, whatever, from ECOWAS made a comment on it and said, we are not going to publish when and how we are going to invade. This is part of the executive secretness or something like that. So you're right. I don't see them invading tomorrow on Monday, but they are living it a bit in the limbo, like they could not. Because the no of the Senate, taking into account that Nigeria many times invaded other countries because ECOWAS has been invading their member states all the time. They didn't request, not always they requested authorization from the Senate, so they have been doing it a bit like they want.
What would a conflict breaking out in?
Hey, Shadowi.
What would a conflict breaking out there look like? What kind of scale of conflict would it look like?
Depends.
I think it would start out with probably a downed aircraft or some kind of engagement with a small unit on the ground, or maybe an attack on some kind of diplomatic or humanitarian convoy. I think that's where it'll start, and then somebody's going to use that to justify whatever they want to do or escalate or whatever.
At this moment, the borders are closed.
Yeah,
so
the five of the borders are open. It's the friendly countries to Nigeria is open.
There are three possibilities, or several possibilities. But basically, I think Nigeria is waiting to see what France and the USA do, because they don't want to intervene on their own. They are more likely to cooperate with a Western intervention of some sort, I think, because I don't think Nigeria is so strong. It's big, but it's unstable. I mean, it's like you mentioned, Senegal has a bad democracy because they have illegalized the opposition party, and there have been a lot of protests, not just in Senegal, here in Europe too. I was in one. And Nigeria has that kind of thing sort of going because there were issues in the last elections. The opposition denounced irregularities and so on, and they are also a twin-party system. They only have two parties by law, by constitution. It's not a real strong democracy in a way. I mean, Nigeria is weak in that sense because it depends on, it's an authoritarian state in a way. And the question is what France is going to do. France, by the moment, is holding back its troops in Niger and waiting for events. And the USA is doing nothing. It's like saying bad things, but doing nothing. So it may well end in nothing happening, but we'll see.
I think
the thing is, France
I think the reason is that the conflict already internationalized a lot. So many countries are really afraid of any types of consequences. And this is typical in such conflicts. People don't want it to illustrate, to move around. So I think definitely things will be calming down. I think Vaun is right. They will give some time for next week so that things go a bit down, because the conflict as it is now is too many parties. The alliance are being built. This is too dangerous. And most African countries are not willing to have a real war at this moment, with the Ukrainian war being a proxy. And the thing is as well, if the French or the USA take part in the conflict, then I think most African countries will immediately be against these two countries. This is what, because we have to think about, well, they have been complaining about Ukraine because Russia invaded, and now they invade without a mandate, because this is also the question. There is no mandate. The ECOWAS may think about they have the right, but they don't have any legal right to invade any of the countries. They have been doing it for a long time. They imagine they have, but they don't have that mandate.
I think also if there's a time delay, I kind of get a Pristina vibe off this right now. Like, Russia is moving a lot of stuff around and consolidating stuff, and Wagner's moving around, and they're going to do stuff like they did in Kosovo, where they dropped in the airborne and took the airport and pretty much took it out of NATO's hands. And I think that Russia, with their allies in Africa, the more people they can put on the ground in places under the guise of assistance or trainers or whatever, it's going to force NATO and the West and France and everybody to really consider what they want to do and maybe negotiate something instead of trying to force their will. And I don't see any reason why. They already flew a plane into Niger, and that's just one we saw. And I just think right now there's a lot of moves being made, and the West is going to be probably embarrassed shortly.
I have a different take on. Yeah, I have a different take on this this whole situation. The way I see the West fighting is always with narratives and not proxy wars. So to me, Africa always has coups and like small invasions, small fights, and then I went to look up all the army sizes. The bigger ones is like Nigeria is like 100,000 people, 150,000 people. It's a far cry from what's happening in Ukraine, which is several 100,000 people going at
millions.
Yeah, and they're like, in the last 2 months, according to Russia, 40,000 killed Ukrainians. And then I'm looking at the past conflicts in Africa. They are like what they call a large scale conflict. A few hundred people died. It's a huge difference in
mean
skill.
soldiers, maybe?
So, Ethiopia is a lot of
because
people.
Because the death tools in Africa is about disease and lack of food and things like that. It's always a civilian who die in Africa.
Yes. So in terms of fighting men killed, not disease, not famine and whatnot, right? So the conflicts aren't that large. It's just it causes other things. But in Ukraine, literally 40,000 people died from getting bombed or shelled. So it's a huge scale difference. So what I think is happening is that, okay, we all know Ukraine's counteroffensive is failing. So, and then suddenly now you have all the Western media. They don't really talk about Ukraine anymore, right? Suddenly it's all about ECOWAS and this conflict, this huge, crazy coup in Niger. But just Google last year, there were a couple of coups. There was this whole conflict in Sudan. No one talks about that anymore, right? Why is the Western media all coming this focus on this African coup, World War I, and
Do you remember Syria in 2015? That was the way Putin had to get away from Ukraine. 2015.
Could be. So this is so I think it's going to kick off this conflict simply because the US likes to fight small wars, small proxy wars. It just realized it can't fight the big war in Ukraine. It can't fight the several million people going at each other. kind of war. It really likes to fight this small, proxy wars in Middle East, in Africa, and it's very good at that. So I think it wants to go back to doing that.
Well, hold on. I wouldn't say they're good at that. I would say that that's what they've built their military around as a reaction to several wars back to back, kind of shaping.
But right now, that's all they have. They don't have the large scale capability.
But the reason I bring it up is because it's important to make a difference. It's important to make that difference, though, because it's not that the Americans can't fight big wars, right? It's that the Americans have shaped their entire military doctrine and structure to fight insurrection-style wars, like you've seen, since Vietnam.
Means they can't fight big wars anymore.
Yeah.
For now, for the next couple of years, they can't
well,
fight
in a
big
way,
wars.
you could say that's only because they didn't think it would ever happen, right? Or they thought one way or another they wouldn't have to get involved.
Drew, can you imagine a situation when the US now invades a country illegally? Or uses their forces there to do something illegal, and the world not reacting to it?
Yeah,
in a really bad way, because this time is different.
At the end of the day, Mike is right. What can the world do if the US decides to invade some country on some pretense? I mean, it took out Iraq on lies, nonsense, and what can the rest of us do?
Well, I would say we do live in a different world than we lived in when we invaded Iraq, right? The geopolitical world is not the same as it was 25 years ago, 30 years ago.
Yeah, but still we are powerless. Like Singapore, Malaysia, Holland.
No, that I understand. But I'm saying the world will react differently, right? Because now you're in a place where most of Asia, if they disagree with a war like that, they could simply say, we're not doing business with you, and it's going to hurt us, but it's going to destroy you, so don't do it.
No, it's going to destroy us.
No,
I don't think that.
I don't think so. I really don't think so.
Okay, coming from Singapore, we cannot say anything like that. Our whole country will collapse if we.
No, I'm saying Asia as an entity.
China maybe. China might be able to do that, but now China is also very interconnected with the US. They also don't want to.
I see Africa reacting in a very bad way. I'm not thinking really about South America or Asia. I'm saying Africa, because if you see the rhetoric with African leaders has been of a very big resistance. They have been aware again of themselves, and they are reacting quite strongly, like they never did it until the 90s. After the 90s, they were destroyed by FME when the Soviet Union disappeared. There were no one there to help them. Then they kind of came back very slowly with the 2011s, more or less. And now they feel strong. Of course, they are not strong, but they feel strong. They can scream and can say no. And this is
I think they look at what's going on with Russia as an out for them, an opportunity. And I mean, why not be emboldened? Like I said before, if you've got a beef with the United States, with the Biden administration, now is the time to make your move. And I think that's what these guys are doing. They're seeing what's going on in Ukraine. They know Russia's going to win, at least by all appearances. And they are betting on Russia for the long haul. That's the horse they've chosen. And I think that's why they feel like they're cocky.
The Russian flags. They all want Russian flags. They want Russian flags. What does the Russian flag mean? It doesn't mean support for Russia. It means the resistance that Russia is portraying inside of these new geopolitics. And this is what is happening. The Russian flags in Niger, if you look at the picture, the videos, they are ridiculous. They are even false oriented. They have been nailed at home. It's the symbolism. It's great. They can't stop it, and the West is afraid.
What's his name? History Legends actually showed a bunch of videos of the government protests. So it's not just that it's all pro-Russian. There are both sides of the story.
I have to disagree, Drew. I've been looking for them. They are just two ones. I watched what he showed, and I also saw those two, and they are almost the only two ones that existed. They are the reactions on the first and second day, and after then things really changed. The problem was when France made the threat, and everything changed. So that was the moment. That was a big mistake.
My takeaway is that I think they are going to slowly wind down Ukraine because that's a lost cause, and then they're going to kick up this conflict and then focus all the
why
media
is
on
Ukraine
this.
a lost cause?
Yeah.
Are they going to fight with anymore? All their guys are dead.
They are winning.
Okay. We could go on talk
with
for
what?
the Saudi Arabian talks. There is a revolution. The Ukrainian side dropped it. The stupid
one moment, please.
Dropped it. The stupid 10 points.
Wayne was saying something.
Wayne said Ukraine is winning.
Wayne, you repeat
listen,
again.
there's a
we didn't hear you. You cut out.
Okay.
Are we going to
you elaborate, please?
Breach the Surovikin line, right?
Huh?
You're cutting out. Say that again.
Ukraine has breached the Surovikin line.
Where have they done that?
It's just south of Robotini. And
there are 3 lines.
East, I believe.
There are 3 lines. They still have a lot to go.
Where do you get the information that they broke the line south of Robotini?
Line, which was the first line, which they were never supposed to reach, according to everybody.
It's an information
wait,
from
hold
the...
on. Wait. We're going too fast.
From the Kiev
we're going too fast. Hold on. Who said that they're never going to reach the first line? Who made those claims? Because you're speaking with us, right? You're not speaking to the ethereal pro-Russian, right? You're speaking to us.
Hang on, Wayne. Your mic is very it's either very laggy or very soft. We can barely hear you.
Laggy and soft. It's like laggy and then it's catch the volume very soft.
Okay, is that better?
Much better.
Oh,
much better. Yes.
Let me adjust.
Yeah, I must have accidentally turned down the controls on the USB hub.
Oh,
this is my.
We can hear you now. Whoops. Oh, sorry. It's me.
It's actually a vocal recording mic that I got to record my wife when she was doing some music. But that's beside the point. Ukraine is winning this.
Okay.
I've been watching a lot of combat video footage. Now, obviously, most that's coming out is Ukrainian for a variety of reasons. The Russians are a lot more cautious about letting their troops have cell phones for some reason. Right now, Russia is trying to recruit soldiers in Kazakhstan. They're up $5,200 U.S. signing bonus, according to what I.
Can you, did you read an article on that? Where did you see that? I actually kind of want to see if I can find that. That seems kind of interesting.
Wait, even if they are trying to recruit soldiers in Kazakhstan, what does that? Why is that a bad thing? I mean, they are in a war. They want to recruit people. That's not
because they're Russians, obviously, or they wouldn't be trying to recruit Kazakhs. And
no, sorry, Russian is waning its power all over the globe. They need more people. Their new Cossacks called the Wagners are extending their might. Sorry, they need more people. That's all. And the Kazakhs, the Kazakhs in Kazakhstan are not allowed to join a foreigner military. They will go to prison. Sorry there.
Well, that
it's quite an implausible. It's a quite implausible news.
So,
probably from the Kiev Post or the Euromaidan news.
Wayne, you gotta put your mic under you. We can't really hear you.
The Russian Black Sea Fleet is an endangered species at the present time.
Hold on. Why? What makes it so weak?
What makes it so weak? Well, can it get anywhere near Ukraine shores? For that matter, can it get anywhere much past Sevastopol safely?
Okay, two things. One, why would a modern naval fleet need to approach the shores of a belligerent nation that they are in conflict with?
Why would a modern naval fleet need to leave its base?
To get close enough to fire ballistic missiles, but that's something apparently you didn't want to discuss. Secondly,
the fleet has other purposes besides tossing missiles. The fleet is supposed to convoy civilian ships, supposed to protect shipping.
That's what they've been doing. Show me examples of where this has failed.
You can't do that from in base, and in base is the only place where the fleet is safe at the current time.
Where is the Navy of Ukraine?
Are they under threat of ballistic missile strikes? Are they at threat of air-launched anti-ship strikes? I mean, please elaborate, because this is very interesting. Because if you're saying that the Russian
we're mostly
Black
talking
Sea fleet,
maritime drones at the present time.
okay, so
The
if maritime drones are a problem, why is Russia still sending out their fleets every other day, let's say every other day, to launch strategic missile strikes against Ukraine? Are they bombing baby milk factories? Are they destroying just to be terrorists? What's the point of the Russians sending their fleet out?
What are they going to do now that they've lost the Rapucha? What was that ship doing?
The what ship?
What ship?
They lost the Rapucha.
Are you talking about the troop transport?
It's not sunk. It's sitting in dock listing. And I just want to say one thing real quick with the ships.
It's useless for the next 8-9 months.
Yeah, but they weren't going to do an amphibious assault anyway, so it doesn't matter. I just want to say one thing. Until Ukraine,
while it was sitting in port,
until Ukraine sinks a ship, a Russian ship that can actually fire cruise missiles, everything they've sunk is absolutely meaningless. The Moskva is an embarrassment. It had no effect on the war. The Moskva cannot shoot land targets.
Yeah, Wayne, that's actually a good point, right? Logistics is extremely important. So now we have to look at what this troop transport ship was being used for. And for the last 6 months, videos of it being used as a civilian ferry are the only things we can find. So unless you're trying to tell me...
I've been seeing videos of it being used to transport tanks and other...
Okay,
No.
Then what about the consequences of what about the consequences of using drones against a tanker, oil tanker, that could have provoked a huge ecocide like the new words of Zelensky? Tell me, if that tank, fortunately it didn't spill. Tell me, what would have been the reaction in the world to that thing?
That makes it a target.
What's with Ukraine's new battle plan?
Oil tank is a target? Are you crazy?
Their battle plan appears to be to cause environmental disasters. They blow up dams. They want to blow up nuclear plants. They want to sink tankers.
They blow up.
I mean, I'm just curious.
The Russians blew up the Kakhovka dam because the Russians want to commit genocide because they're orcs, and the Russians are the only ones threatening the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant because, again, they're orc subhumans who want to just cause as much mayhem.
I'm just saying. I mean, the only playbook the Ukrainians seem to have is blowing up shit to flood things or radiate things or pollute the ocean. I mean, I don't really know how that's supposed to help them win the war. I mean, even that ship they sunk, Wayne, that ship doesn't do shit. It drives people around. They're not using it. I mean, it's meaningless. It's like, I blew up 4 T-80s today. Big fucking deal. They got 100 more they'll send tomorrow. You kill 100 Russians today. You got another 1,000 Russians that'll be there tomorrow.
It's blocked. They can't get more transport into the Black Sea, nor military transports into the Black Sea.
But if they're not going to invade Odessa by sea, then it doesn't matter. There's no reason for them to go by sea. All they got to do is grind the fucking Ukrainians up for another 6 months to a year, and they can drive wherever they want in Ukraine, unopposed. That's all they got to do. They don't have to waste nothing. I mean, unless the ship fires cruise missiles, sinking it is pointless. We're
getting on
a fucking nuclear missile silo in deep in Russia.
Wayne, you brought up a point that logistics is extremely important. Actually, Wayne, I do completely agree with you.
You guys need to let Wayne reply because his connection don't allow us to talk with him concurrently.
We are getting emotional.
His mic goes to not. Yeah.
Why is logistics?
I'm getting a lot of echo in here. I know. Right. Unfortunately, the mic on my iPhone isn't working properly right now for some insane reason.
That's fine.
Oh, wait, don't worry. Your mic is actually okay.
Yeah.
Your mic is actually okay. It's a connection because when we speak, your mic goes to 0. There's almost no sound. So we have to wipe one by one. If not, then once you have overlaps, your mic goes to 0.
Yeah. What we're talking about is Ukraine is hitting Russian logistics. That's what their targets have been since the start of the war. Everything has been about logistics. They've been taking out the Russian supply lines, and taking out the Rapuchas is taking out part of the supply lines. Taking out the Crimean Bridge is taking out part of the supply lines. Eventually, they're going to be working towards getting fire control over the Crimean Isthmus. And once they've got that, Crimea is indefensible. You cannot supply Crimea with, Crimea cannot build its own war materials. It doesn't have the capabilities.
But they haven't. They have
Crimea. Russia cannot defend it. And without
I want to say that the super chat was right. We should talk Africa rather than Ukraine.
They have not been able to disrupt any logistical lines till now. Basically, Russians have been using a lot of electronic warfare. Their electronic warfare is really good, and they can use that to basically divert the missile somewhere else. Basically, they have not been able to do that efficiently. So how can they go to the second stage if they cannot do the first stage, which is disrupting the logistic lines properly? They have not been able to do that at all. All the Russian logistics lines are really good.
And they are very
He's talking specifically about Crimea. If Crimea is put under Ukrainian fire control, then Crimea is undefensible. That's correct. Now, second point, though, how would they get to Crimea? They have to break through the entirety of the Zaporozhye and Kakhovka reservoir defensive areas, which, unless you're trying to say that they're going to cross through the now dry reservoir, which would open them up to an unbelievable slaughter, in addition to trying to break through the current standing lines. You've mentioned they broke through the first line. They have reached the first line. Robotina is the first checkpoint in the main defensive line. There are two lines behind it, but they have not broken through it. They're still smashing their faces against it. Now, if you could explain, I would greatly appreciate how is that winning? You mentioned logistics, but we just discussed, Brad just explained that they may be targeting the logistics, but we're not seeing a logistic failure at all in any sort of Russian capacity across any of the front lines, unless we're not seeing it and you have information that we don't, and I'd love to hear it from you.
Okay, sorry. The information I have is all from video evidence on Reddit. I've been watching the Ukraine war reports and a bunch of stuff like that. I've also been watching a bunch of other places where basically we're seeing bits of footage posted. I'm reading Rybar, of course. I'm reading Gherkin for whatever good that does. The last post was his wife saying, please support him.
Reading who? You cut out.
Gherkin. Stroke off. Mm-hmm. I'm reading War Gonzo and a couple of others. And basically what I'm seeing is people complaining about lack of supplies. And a lot of cases they're complaining about lack of supplies of things that you would think that they should have. We're talking lack of communications gear on the Russian side.
Like radios, or more than that?
Communications gear is one of the important things. Is we talk command and control a lot.
On where you up to?
Military, and if you cannot communicate with your troops, cannot tell them what you're seeing, they can't react. And Russia has this massive issue apparently with the ability to get equipment. I don't know if you know MERS. He's a LPR, DPR soldier. And he's been talking about having to pull Soviet-era tube-type radios out of storage to fit the equipment.
Okay. So there's two things. You mentioned that the Russians do not have, you said, I want to be sure, I want to be completely precise on this, not enough communications equipment, or are just generally lacking and have no capacity for it whatsoever? Because my response is based on that.
Yeah, not enough.
Not enough.
Places where there's troops are missing equipment.
If there's not enough, there's two issues that I see with that. One being in the Zaporozhye front, right? Because you need to have efficient communications equipment with your frontline personnel and the personnel behind them with artillery and mine deployment and all this kind of stuff. And we're seeing them successfully defend several large, like heavily armored columns from their defensive positions. And that requires a very, very intense communication. There was this video, I'm not going to harp on it too much, I'm sure everyone knows about it, this supposedly a tank holding off a convoy. That requires very sophisticated communication because it was a tank, an artillery team, and an ATGM team. That's a 3-variable communication system. Now, maybe it's that specific point that has very good communications and the rest doesn't, but why don't we see the communications break down on other parts of the line, especially with their logistics chain? Second location on the front is in Kremenaya, right, the northern Kharkov front. If we're seeing a communications breakdown, why are we seeing the Russians press their advantage here? Why are we seeing the Russians successfully move and secure secure defended locations with supposedly not enough communications gear? You need extremely complex communications and logistics support for advancing personnel and assault troops. So how does that claim fit into these two specific variables? Excuse me.
I also have something to say, and basically, I was seeing an interview a few days ago of a Ukrainian foreign fighter. He basically said that they had like 15 minutes to fully capture basically a Russian position, and if they don't do that, Russian artillery starts raining down on them immediately. And my question is that, like, if the Russians start raining down artillery so fast, like the Ukrainians only have like what, a few minutes to capture position, how do they lack communication? That's also my question. It's similar to what Alan said.
Yeah. It's variable depending upon the place on the front. The Zaporozhye front was under Popov, the guy who got removed for basically saying we don't have enough supplies. And Popov is known to set up his own drone army, so to speak, and his own specialized groups to handle this sort of thing. Other Russian commanders haven't. So in other places like Vuhledar, you're seeing disasters.
Are you talking about currently? Like we're seeing disasters in Vuhledar now? Because the Zaporozhye front's a very long region.
We did see one earlier.
When?
Yes, that was caused by this lack of communications.
That was in January.
There were other problems too, but lack of communications was a big issue.
I think if you look at Russian units, like your special forces, they're all going to have comms. They're all going to have night vision. A lot of your Russian units have communications, but it may not be every guy. I was doing some looking, and they don't all have thermal imagers. You may have maybe one thermal imager per platoon. You may have a few radios. Maybe a squad leader has a radio, and a platoon leader, but not every guy. So, I mean, it's really more of a matter of just distribution and availability than it is a lot that they don't want to have it. I mean, and if you look at the Wagner guys, they all have excellent kit and radios. Most of the Russian forces that seem like they're doing a lot of the fighting in the videos are all well equipped. So I think it's just, there might be line units that lack stuff, but I would imagine it's there, but they don't need every single guy to have a radio. They don't need every single guy to have a thermal. I mean, they probably like to, but I'd like to have a lot of things too when I was on my tank. That doesn't mean I'm going to get them. It doesn't mean I'm not effective either. It just means I don't have all my toys. Big difference.
Yeah, well, in the case of communications, it's not.
Wait, guys. Someone just entered.
Have it.
Someone new.
Communications is huge. Just look back to World War I. Have you guys ever studied the Battle of Jutland?
Can we stop discussing Ukraine and talking of Africa a bit? Because this is a Cold War. And paraphrasing Pete, it's probable that Ukraine is one in Niger or something like that. And I think we should talk of more of Africa and less of communication in the front of Zaporozhye, which are mythical because actually things are more or less working, or not so well working maybe, but things are working for both sides. It's more or less a stalemate right now, and for a few weeks have been that way.
Luis, with all due respect,
we should talk of Niger.
With all due respect, I'm willing to talk
of Algeria in Africa. We should talk of the forgotten war of West Sahara, which has been going before even Ukraine, and is related to all of this. We should talk of the Islamofascist militants that have been going for a decade already in West Africa and are behind the French intervention, the fail of ECOWAS. ECOWAS has been talking here that ECOWAS has been intervening in countries and so on. Yes, maybe. But since 2012, when there was the group in Mali and the secessionist movement of Azawad, ECOWAS failed. ECOWAS did not intervene in Mali. France did instead. And that's important
Luis?
because it's a decade in which ECOWAS has been absolutely dismantled or ineffective, inactive. And I don't know. We should talk of Sudan, which is related. I don't know exactly which side is with whom. We should talk about, if I don't know, other things. But I think we should talk a bit more of Africa and I want.
Luis, there was just a guy. There was on the chat. He's from Nigeria, but unfortunately he left because yes, it's a pity. But I knew because he was talking in the
FCS.
Yeah.
You mean the Momi? Oh, he turned off his camera, so I put him out because not supposed to turn off the camera.
Yeah,
so
yeah, but he was trying to come in, and just saying that.
So
I think there was a super chat. Oh, go. Sorry.
Let me address the Wayne thing first. So he dropped off also. So basically, that you cannot use Reddit video footages or whatever to make a conclusion of anything that's happening in Ukraine. It's never accurate. And one person, particularly, especially that he's working or fighting for the militias, for the LPR and DPR, they are the lowest class soldier in the entire of the Russian army. They are the lowest class. They are going to get everything the last. And if they're going to get anything, they're going to get the worst things because they are not Russian military. So even though there is effort to integrate them into the Russian military, these are cannon foders. So ultimately, they are Ukrainians. They are cannon foders. They will be sent to sit in the trenches. They will do the most dangerous jobs. So they getting World War II or whatever type of radio, that's normal. It's not indication of the rest of the fronts. And even if it's just one person or one unit don't have radios or any equipment, doesn't mean the whole front line have no equipment. That is a stupid way of analyzing the war. And also doesn't matter what ships got sunk. Ukraine have no ships. It doesn't change any balance in the Black Sea. It doesn't make any difference. It simply reduces the capability of the Russians. Ukrainians still do not have the use of the Black Sea. It's no difference. And so we can stop that stupid topic.
Okay, I was just gonna say real quick.
Oh, fine. I'll make a panel about
also, one thing is that one thing is one more thing is that the actual useful ships from which the Russians actually attack Ukraine, those ships have been attacked, but the defense on those ships are really good. So they have been the attacks have been repelled. I think we saw one last month, and 2 months ago. I don't remember exactly the name, but it was somewhere in Southern Black Sea. Yeah.
So you guys wanted to ask some things. Immanuel Omachi, he's from Nigeria. He might give you good insights of what is happening now. How people are feeling.
Can we address the two super chats too, since they're here, and they're both African ones?
The one was about. Well, the last one was about Nigeria.
Since we are still in Ukraine, we can address this one first. So then we can go on to fully Africa. So what do you guys think about
that? You can put me in the back room because you guys want to talk about Africa. So I'll do this take. If you guys want to talk about it, you can.
So
but I'll step
you don't
out
like
for you
Africa?
I just don't have anything to say. It's not something I have a lot of experience in, but I would love to listen in. That's why I want to stay in.
I'm joking. You know that.
Do you have anything to think about? Do you have any opinions about the French? You can just know these the French. No.
Where's Shadowi?
No.
Shadowi here? Shadowi, you suck. Starting to blame Ukraine for the failing offensive. I think there's two ways you can look at that. The first one is that they're, again, as we brought it up, as a kind of a way to decouple away from Ukraine and step towards the concentrations in Africa or different parts of the world. I have this whole conspiracy theory about Venezuela, but we can get into that another day. But another way I've heard people talking about this is stepping away from Ukraine is they are trying to prepare the rest of Europe to kind of take up the position, not the rest of Europe, but Poland and probably the Baltic states to take up what Ukraine has been doing for the last year. They want some parts of the very, very war hawkish parts of the EU and the United States. I could definitely see trying to continue this conflict through Poland or the Baltic states.
I think it is important to notice, because this conversation about Ukraine started when I was going to say Well, look at what happened in Saudi Arabia. And in Saudi Arabia, the Ukraine delegation dropped the 10 points of Zelensky, also because China refused to join if they keep on talking about things that are unrealistic. And it's not that they really moved much, but they started to talk about real things. So there is a kind of opening for Ukraine. Like I talked with Shadowi, there is one thing worse than not making a peace plan, is the complete failure of the Ukrainian state, like the unconditional surrender. That's even worse than whatever. So I think they are really for a peace plan, and the African thing, which is really bad, at least at the moment, but I don't think it will go. It was a way of disguising the frustration that will come from a peace deal where Ukraine doesn't demand that Russian soldiers go away, doesn't demand the restitution of Crimea. Everything was dropped. In this, it was on the Wall Street Journal and other journals talking about it just a few minutes before we started the open mic. This is big news. Sorry there.
Why are we still talking about Ukraine?
Because there was a super chat. There was a super chat about
because
it.
you are the only BBC that we should trust.
Yes.
But there is a dimension in this Ukraine.
There was another Nigeria question though. There was another Nigeria super chat too.
Oh yeah, there's another one. This one is he say that I'm a genius, so the rest of the part is not important.
He mentioned me.
Do you think the rest of Africa will support Nigeria? While it's the butt of a lot of African jokes.
I don't think a lot of
Thomas Omashi. Let Thomas Omashi answer. Is Nigerian.
Yeah, let's get some intros.
Well, I already from the start, AU started on a wrong footing with even ECOWAS. Because even after the coup, we had AU talking about giving, rather than the normal procedure was for AU to wait for Africa to ECOWAS to bring out a statement before they back that statement, just like the Europeans and the rest did. But this time around, South Africa, but the news is that South Africa prevailed on AU to come out ahead of ECOWAS in order to more or less make whatever ECOWAS says look second. That's to diminish the importance of ECOWAS in the conflict. So that was where we began to see differences in what the other Africans compared to what Nigerians want or ECOWAS want. So, well, in West Africa, and because right now Nigerian president is the president of ECOWAS, so that's why we see him as the one pushing most of the activity what we see in ECOWAS now. So, but the rest of Africa, aside West Africa, I've not seen any other countries from the other side supporting the ECOWAS plan of intervening in Niger yet. So because it just others in West Africa, basically Ghana, Ivory Coast. And,
I think we have to make a difference between supporting, or saying that. Don't unmute you, Immanuel. There is something different between saying they don't support the coup and supporting an invasion.
Yeah. Most countries don't support the coup, especially countries that currently are demo. I don't know. That's in quote democratic in quote. They don't support the coup, but that does not mean they support an intervention there. So that's just it. So, but those that even want an intervention because they are already becoming one too many. When we look at what happened in Burkina, what happened in Mali, and the Guinea, and the rest. So there is more or less seeing it as it's gradually coming closer to everyone. So that's the fear that I think we had.
I think there is something worse than that, which is the fact that, for instance, in Mali and Burkina Faso, there was a coup inside of a coup. So we had these new officers with very low ranks that came back with those ideas of Thomas Sankara, and they want to they want this Pan-Africanism, this renew of the African consciousness, to work for themselves, to be self-sufficient, not to depend on the foreign might, to really go for it. And I think they are more afraid of that than the coups. They are more afraid of that.
Yeah. For instance, most of Burkina, like Burkina, after I think where this instability in Burkina started was after the removal of Compaoré. I think he had been there for over 40 years. So that was where the instability began in Burkina. I can't remember if they transitioned immediately to the military, or I think they had a little period of still civilian rule before the military took over. After the military took over, it was still leaning towards France. So it's just the last coup that finally tipped the balance away from took them away from France towards leaning towards Russia and China. But before then, most of the other coups, like even in Chad, is currently the head of state there, not actually democratically elected, but because he leans towards France, that's why we don't hear much about what is going on in Chad. So generally across West Africa, many of those juntas are why we see Niger, Mali, and Burkina as being raised by the West is because the junta there don't support the West. If they had supported the West, we won't really hear much about it. Like even the first military takeover in Burkina, we had the French didn't have any qualms with it because it was the head of state still had the relations with the French. So that's just all. Apart from so that's basically why we see the problem now in Niger.
Momiyini, can you introduce yourself? Are you listening to us? Oh, you don't have a voice. Try to take your...
Yeah, dude, that was funny as hell.
Do you have some headphones?
No, we got to tell him what's wrong. So, look, basically what we hear is you're super squeaky, right? We can't understand anything you're saying. Whether you have a voice modulator, because some people do have that on their microphones. But
wait, can I hear me?
Oh, now we can hear you much better.
Yes, yes, now fine.
Sorry, sorry, that was my fault. So how you guys doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah, we're
Tell us
doing
about
fine.
yourself. Where you from, man?
Yes, my name is Momiyini. It's a Mandan word from West Africa, and I'm just one of the random people on the internet.
Are you from Mali? Yeah, because you say
yes.
of Timbuktu. Timbuktu is in Mali, or Azawad.
That's my ancestral homeland, but I'm not originally born in Mali.
You say.
Yeah. I was born in somewhere else west, but my ancestors are from Mali.
Okay. How do you see the situation?
What do you think about this?
How do you see the situation in West Africa, in Mali, in Burkina, in Niger? The coups are good, but is Russia a good ally? Is not so good?
Well, for me, my take on this is the only time coups becomes bad is when, as somebody said earlier, is when the West is against the West interest. That's when the coup is bad in Africa. Almost every leader that supports currently in Africa, whether it's in Egypt, it's also coup, whether you agree to or not. Or you go to anywhere in Africa, basically, anywhere that they support, there was a coup happening. Most of the leaders in Africa today are there under coup. And if it's pro-West, as someone said earlier, there's nothing about it. When it's against the West interest, now we have to invade, we have to send all kinds of stooges to go overthrow them, and there's all this undermining stuff happening. So my interest is whatever help Africa go forward, I'm supporting, whether it be a coup or whether it be a democratic, it be communism, it be socialism, whatever form of government, get these people out of Africa, I support it. It's that simple, really. So I'm not against the Niger coup, I'm not against the Burkina Faso coup, I'm not against the Mali coup, I'm not against the Guinean coup, I'm against the Senegal or president.
So basically,
basically
you say you are pro-Russia.
I'm pro-Russia to an extent. Yeah. I'm pro-Russia if Russia want to deal with us on an even playing field. I'm anti-Russia if Russia try to do the same thing.
My brother.
Yeah.
You're pro-sovereignty.
Okay. I guess that's the word to describe it.
Thomas
Whether it be the
Sankara.
West, whether it be the West, it be the East, it be the North, it be wherever it be, we want to work with you equally. If you come here trying to bully us, then again, you're going to have the same circles. And for France, I don't think people know how much France is hidden in Africa. I don't think people are aware of this. People are not quiet. You don't hear it because people are quiet because whoever stooges France have above them will punch them in the mouth. That's why you don't hear them much. But the moment people start talking, you hear how much the West is hated, but France is hated the most. Yeah. So
I keep asking myself, France is the fourth country in the world with more gold. Where the fuck is the gold mine in France?
Now you know what the hatred is from. Everything answers that question. Now you know exactly what the hatred is from.
They were in the south of France, near my hometown, and they basically destroyed everything there because they were beginning to mine them in the beginning of the 20th century with a lot of quicksilver. And this destroyed everything in the river near my town, and it was an ecological disaster, basically. So they've decided very wisely to put them in other country, like in Africa.
Yeah. As early as last year, the French did the same thing in Mali. When they were being kicked out, they went and destroyed all their material they earned from looting the country. When they were being kicked out, they basically went and destroyed everything. That they owned, the properties, the vehicles, the trucks, everything they brought in, they couldn't take with them. They basically took a bulldozer and run over everything and destroy them. This happened last year.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so selfish.
They did this again in the 60s and 50s when they were being kicked out of Guinea. They would dump cement down all the drainage systems. Things they built from looting the countries, when they're leaving and being kicked out, they would destroy everything. The French are known for doing this. This is what people don't know. My people, I'm from the Mandan tribe, the Mandingo tribe, to make it clear. We don't confront the French, but they have this saying. They say, if you're the only man in your family, don't go to war, but pass down the war history to your children. For the day you have 200 grandchildren, you can go to war. And that's what that's what the Europeans don't know in Africa. They're not fighting, not because they cannot fight, but because they know if they fight, they're going to lose. But the hatred from the 60s, the 50s, the 40s is being passed down to the children, that these people don't want to come here and destroy every freaking thing. And my people are known for keeping those oral history, and they pass it down. And my entire life growing up, I know exactly who the enemies were and where they are. But they tell you don't fight them until you have enough means to fight them. This coup is happening in Africa right now. They see as a little balance right now. They can take advantage of it. As somebody said earlier, the reason why they did coup is they've been briefed to do all this coup because Russia is challenging something like, you know what? They're too busy helping Ukraine. They won't have time to counter us right now. Let's take our chances to break free. But no matter how long they stay there, they're not wanted there. The sooner they realize that, the sooner they'll go bomb that country and re-invade it and conquer everything again. But if they let that continent get a footing, that's a lot of animosity towards them. I hope, but they don't seem to know that part. They want to deal with the puppet government they have, but the population themselves very much hate this fucking the West and its mindset. It's funny, but anyway.
You have a very good English. Do you live in an English-speaking country? Okay, don't worry.
Yeah. I'm from Liberia. They speak English in Liberia, but I'm not currently in Liberia. I'm somewhere far from Liberia.
Okay. Were you in Liberia during the Civil War?
No, I left Liberia about 2 weeks before the war broke out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to just know how ECOWAS impact.
No, that ECOWAS thing is for how you call it, for publicity. They didn't do nothing in that war. The war started in '89. It ended in 2003. ECOWAS went there in '96. They didn't leave until 2004 or 5. They didn't do anything. They were just there protecting certain infrastructures, UN and foreign infrastructures. The rebellion fought on, it was 2003 when the rebellion finally threatened the Tassara government. After Tassara fled, And that's when Ekomok took the whole. The military ring of ECOWAS is called Ekomok. Yeah, and that's when Ekomok took we came to liberate Liberia. They never did.
Well,
can someone please explain?
They went to Guinea-Bissau.
What does ECOWAS stand for?
ECOWAS is basically Economic Community of West African States.
Okay.
Economic Community of West, and the Ekomok is the Economic Community of West. Economic Community of something military organizations or group. It's a military group of the ECOWAS, and every member is supposed to contribute some number.
We are taking.
What happened in
Black
Gambia?
people are taking over.
Yeah, what happened in Gambia?
Wow.
What happened in Gambia? Anyway, like in West Africa is like this. There is 5 or 6 countries that can really defend themselves to an extent. The rest of them, you can get 20 of you. We're on this camera right now. If we really arm ourselves, we can seize most countries in West Africa. They don't have active military because they are afraid of coup. This is what they have. Nigeria have population bigger than Ukraine. It's like twice the population of Ukraine, but they have maybe like a quarter of the size of the military power because they are afraid of military takeover. This is why they don't arm the military. This is why they don't train the military. This is why the militaries are not doesn't match the population in the other countries. It doesn't match because of the same fear of a coup d'etat. That's the reason. So
every
Mike, introduce yourself.
Adding to him, I'm about to explain something about Nigerian that you guys don't even understand right now. In Nigerian military, 60% Nigerian military are Hausa. Okay? Niger, 60% of Niger populations are Hausa. This is thing that people need to start to understand why the president of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was saying nonsense like just reading whatever European read for him, like we going to attack, blah, 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 and blah. The fact is this, it would be a big disaster for Nigeria if they went to Niger, in my own view, okay? Because firstly, Nigerian military do not get paid, I think maybe $100 or less per month. That is how much they are paid, less than $100 a month. Okay, wow. So if that kind of military, you send them to war to fight and die, right? Imagine in politicians in Nigeria are making millions of dollars. Okay, now you want to send somebody who was paid $75 to $100 to go and die? Because if you go to Nigeria, the military police, they are like armed robbery in the street, collecting money because they don't have enough pay. They have to survive, right? But now you are sending them. And the other thing is about the Ekomok, the other guy was saying earlier, when Ekomok go to Liberia, they only go like a police. They don't even do nothing. Now you're about to expose those military to real combat. This is going to be real combat, like combat they never see before. Now you're about to expose them to the real show. Now they'll learn. Once they learn, they bring it back home. And they're going to use that to fight all the leaders. That is the biggest problem. That is why Nigeria is backing up. That's why they say they have to go to Senate and vote. Because when those guys learn, right, it will be one thing I also want to analyze about the Hausa people that really don't even understand here, maybe in America, maybe so even in Nigeria. Hausa people in Africa, I mean, basically in Nigeria, where I'm from, they are most humble and simple people in Nigeria, but they are also the most dangerous. They are the most dangerous in Nigeria. You don't want to fuck with Hausa. You can fuck with every tribe in Nigeria, but the last tribe anybody want to fuck with is Hausa people. They are most humble people in Nigeria. The most humble, the most simple, they can do any jobs, anything, but they are most dangerous. And that is why they start to, people that are already rich Nigerians knew better. They know if you are living in the street in Nigeria, you know better that these people, you don't want to screw with them. As things go now, as the way I'm saying it, that they want to send those people to learn how to fight in Niger. Then once they learn, then they are coming back home. Like they say, the roost come back to the chicken come back to roost, whatever. So now they're gonna take care of all these politicians. In what you see in Niger, coup d'etat, you will be chicken. It will be nothing to what's gonna happen in Nigeria. It will be completely nothing, like never seen before.
Mike, how big is the Nigeria army?
What?
How big is the army of Nigeria?
How big is the army of Nigeria?
Yeah.
I think as far that I'm talking about it. Last time I'm talking about it. Yeah. I'm talking about maybe around 200,000 or less.
Yeah, I saw something. It was about 136,000 when the what I saw. I think some days ago, 136,000 thereabouts. So it's not even up to 150,000.
Yeah, but the fact is this: even Nigerian army might looks little, right? They control it. They do this because Nigeria used to be in the military regime. It used to be a military. Back in some 85, in fact, before the 85, it was military, all the way from Babatunde, Diagon.
I remember that in the 80s.
What's his name? Babangida, then Sonny Abacha.
Yeah.
So all those guys, they controlled the show back then because Nigeria, we call military one thing, one word. You use one word for military in Nigeria. They call it kill and go. Right? Nigeria, when they kill somebody, they kill it. Yeah, nobody asks them why. Unlike in America here, so military has so much power in Nigeria than heaven. Unlike here in America or in Africa or other Europeans, American military are fearless of the citizens. They will kill them, they will go. That's a code name for the military in Nigeria, is a kill and go.
In America, they have the equivalent. It's called the police.
Is it what?
In America, they have the equivalent. It's called the police.
No. You have to see. You haven't seen Nigerian military in show. Nigerian military is nothing compared to American police. It's nothing.
How many civilians in Nigeria has the military killed this year?
You said what?
How many civilians in Nigeria has the military killed this year?
Because people don't close to military in Nigeria. You don't want to near the fire.
Up to 500 people this year in America. The police have killed 500 citizens.
Okay, there are times.
Like I say, Nigeria military are fire. You don't want to get close to it because you're going to get bombed. When the fire is coming, you run.
Yeah,
that's everywhere. Immanuel, you are very low. Speak a bit louder. Sorry. Again, speak again.
Okay. There are times where if let's assume a military officer goes to a community, even if he commits an offense there that warrant the community to either use force on him or whatever on him, the military can come back and then raise the whole community down, killing anyone in their part. When they come, they just keep killing. So that's how the military is feared.
100% right. Like I said, the Nigerian army is different. So now, they, because of the anger of low paid, bad treatments, low paid, they don't give them what they need. Now they went and learned how to fight better, which
Mike,
they want to expose them.
Mike, which part from Nigeria are you from? From the north or the south?
I'm from kind of like a central.
Okay. Good. Good to know.
You fight for both sides. So you fight for both sides.
Which states? Sorry.
Well, I'm from. You could say I'm from a part of me from Igbo. I'm from Yoruba. So I could say I'm from both.
So no near Biafra, yeah? No near Biafra.
Igbo is Biafra.
Yes, my father was there. Biafra is from Igbo.
Yes, I'm joking because I'm Portuguese, and the Portuguese unfortunately supported the Biafra insurgency in the 70s. But you said something very interesting about the Ekomok, because the Ekomok was also in Guinea-Bissau, and they were very badly received by everybody, but they managed to stay, and the population got so fed up of them, that the army of Guinea-Bissau, the rest that was it, kicked them off. They were doing all kinds of corruption schemes, paying like protection rights and things like that. It was really, really bad back
Is the
then.
army in Guinea-Bissau?
But I think they achieved what they went there for, to kick out the president. That's in Guinea. Okay, no, sorry, Gambia. That was Gambia.
They went to protect the previous president, Nino Vieira. It was
sorry, I think the only time Ekomok see some kind of show, a little bit tiny show.
People in the chat need to shut up. There is no fucking Wakanda in Africa.
I think the time they.
No,
you're muted, Mike. You're muted.
Mike, you have lost the. You have muted yourself. You are muted.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. I think the only time the Ekomok ever see the real show is when they went to Liberia. But that is not kind of like a real thing, because I have some of my friends that went there back then. I think that was a 93-4. I have some of my friends that went to the Liberia. They came and tell us some of the things there, but reality is that whatever they see in Liberia is going to be nothing to what they're going to see in Niger, because this Niger war is going to be sponsored by maybe Russia on one side, or maybe, like I say, elephant in the room, China, because everybody was talking about everything all day, but they forgot elephant in the room, which is the China. Okay,
and
China need all the resources they could get their hand on.
No, China has a lot of
Wagner is fighting. The majority of the Wagner fight is for China, in my own view. Everybody might think it's a Russia. Okay, I would say the main thing is that is China, and the other thing is that the European been realized for a long time that the bigger problem China they have is Russia. Russia is the European biggest nightmare. They are the one that always open every other country's eyes, right? If not because of Russia, majority of most countries will never be where they are today. They will never close to what they are today.
Mike, may I correct you? Mike, may I correct you? It was the Soviet Union. It was the Soviet Union.
Doesn't matter.
Put it that way.
It's Russia. For every African, Soviet Union is Russia.
Exactly, that's what people don't realize.
Abdul has asking for turn, and also Momiyini has asking for turn. So
you see, the thing is that if Russia do not support, right? If Russia do not support China, China will not be where they are today. If Russia do not give them all the weapons and everything they needed, they will never get to where they are today. Russia is what makes China China. Russia is what makes, especially beside Japan.
I wouldn't be so assertive. I know where you go to. Miyakabi, you wanted to answer. Momiyini. Sorry, I have a difficulty in names.
I think
you wanted to answer. Let him answer.
Upgrade first, and then Momiyini. Upgrade has been asking for turn for a month already.
No, I just wanted to ask, what's the different military difference between these countries like Mali, Nigeria, and Niger? Because we're talking about the Nigerian military. So what's the balance? Where are they at? Can they even intervene? Is it possible?
I just checked in Wikipedia the size of the Nigerian army, and it's 160,000.
Okay.
Yeah, on paper.
Yes, exactly. As you said, on paper, that's right. because they have these ghost soldiers. They have someone on payroll that does not exist. That is very plenty in Africa. But the best example to look at was Guinea in the 70s when Portugal invaded. Guinea had less than 15,000 registered men. When Portugal invaded, they were surprised to see 100,000 men sent to fight them. So most of these countries don't fear the military. It's the population in the country that are quick to join the military and go against you that you should pay attention to. Nigeria may have 100,000 men on paper, we have 130,000 men, but in reality, in uniform in Senegal, probably less than 100,000 men.
Most
do not be surprised.
African countries. Most of these
do not be surprised. The same thing go to, but okay, in this war, let's say this ECOWAS Francophone Africa war. ECOWAS Benin, let's say Benin doesn't count Benin and Togo adding to this war. They can contribute anything. Liberia cannot contribute anything. Sierra Leone cannot contribute anything. Senegal is Francophone. Nigeria is Anglophone. You and I know that communication is going to be a little problem. That won't be a very hard communication. But if Guinea, Mali, Senegal...
What about the equipment? Do they have enough equipment? Do they produce anything like military-wise, or are they still dependent on the French or the English?
Except South Africa, they don't. None of them produce anything. But I mean, communication-wise, to pass quick information and intel, it'll be easier between the Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Guinea than it is between Nigeria and Senegal, because again, there are two different cultures, two different people. But Niger, Guinea, Burkina Faso, and Mali. Okay, these four countries right now, the four Francophone countries, they have a better way of communication than all of these other people joined together. One of the problems in doing Ekomok times in Sierra Leone was that they had some Guinean forces that came with Ekomok, but they had a very hard problem communicating with the Sierra Leoneans. This is just next door, because of Sierra Leoneans speak English and Guineans speak French. There was a bunch of miscommunication that led to a bunch of other, that was a huge UN fiasco back in the 90s. If you look at it, you see it, where a bunch of Guinean armies killed a bunch of Sierra Leonean soldiers because of miscommunication.
That's an amazing insight. I think that's an amazing insight that we have difficulty to grasp.
That's the problem they're not going to have in East Africa, because they just can speak Swahili.
I had a question just for the guys with the African experience. Are there any like blocks of tribes in Africa that get along, that cross the borders, or are most tribes pretty much inside each country, so there's not like overlap? You know what I mean? Is there like
there is one in Angola and Namibia. It's the same tribe.
Okay.
Or are they all pretty much, every tribe is inside whatever country they're in?
Okay. Example here is this: Liberia have 16 tribes. Of the 16 tribes, some of them are in Guinea, some in Ivory Coast, some of them go as far as Cameroon. So none of these countries today is majority, not majority, I'll say is complete 100% one single tribe. Doesn't exist. This is not like Europe, where the Polish in Poland, the French in France, but they have small other tribes that live among them. No. They came to Africa and forced the Mandane to live with the Fulani. They don't get along. And forced the Kisi to live with the Gbese. They don't get along. And forced the Tutsi to live with the Hutsi. They don't get along. So there'll be this constant strife. The same way the French can't deal with the Poles, the same way the Madigo cannot deal with the Fulani.
But
they would do business.
Momiyini is just an insight as well. Makiadi, which is from Kenya, he made a wonderful comparison, which is when a country was one or three ethnic groups, things will get wrong. When they have a lot of ethnic groups, things go more easy, more relaxed. But the problem about the French, and I think it was Errol that said this, is that the French colonialism has this tradition of putting a minority in power.
Yeah, because it's easy to manipulate a minority than a majority. Example: if the French try to tell the Manding people of West Africa, do what we want, they'll tell you no, because we know who we are. We know that we are okay by ourselves. But if you go to the Kisi is a very small group of people. You can easily convince them to join a team. It's easy to prop up the Kisi minority population than it is to prop up the Manding, which is almost like a majority in our west of Africa region. So you can't control them, because they have this long line of anti-Western, anti-European drive among them. It's gonna be a hard fight.
So
but
I wanted to intervene here because it's clear that the colonialism in Africa created artificial states, the artificial countries, so to say, which are made up of many nations, many ethnicities, to be precise, which they, I think, might call tribes, but they are ethnicities. In the houses are, I don't know, a lot of people, and they have never been properly unified, and they are civilized, and they had many kingdoms before colonization. They had a history that was destroyed by the Fulani, and things like that. There are a lot of nations in Africa or ethnicities, and they are divided in states by artificial colonial boundaries, which are inherited by the modern states or countries. That's the situation. For example, if Nigeria has a lot of different statelets, and it's a federal state that, I don't know, it's like India, more or less, so to say.
Nigeria up to 200.
Nigeria has Hausas, but also has Songhai. Mali has a dominant ethnicity, which are the Malinke or Mandinka, but there are also the Tuareg, the Songhai, I don't know, a lot of different nations or ethnicities, and they have frictions, as the
Okay. I think the idea, you see, most of these societies are already quite urbanized, especially the capitals. The capitals produce a lot of filling, and the people in these capitals, their main problems, their main challenge is not about ethnicity really there, it's about survival. So we shouldn't lose too much time with ethnicity. Yes, it's there, it's important, it makes part
both
of
things
it.
matter.
I think, Immanuel,
both things matter, because in the end you have
things matter is food on the table. No. What things matter is dignity. Sorry, I'm still talking. What things matter is dignity, food on the table, and the perspective of future.
Because you say so. Okay. No, people have connections across ethnicities, and that's part of the thing, and we have to accept that.
There's something, when I say that in the context of Africa, tribes matter more than food you're talking about. In the context of Africa, their culture matters more than anything you can give them in a capital. So if you see someone mentioned earlier about the Hausa in Nigeria fighting the Hausa in Niger, it's going to be a problem. They would rather fight the Nigerian government in Nigeria than go fight their brothers in Niger, because most of them still have links. As far apart they may be in two different countries, they still have aspect and stick it currently to my parental home in Mali, in Timbuktu. I can take you there right now. So they still have connections. They know. Half of the military have their cousins.
I'm just going to intervene very shortly, and then I shut up. Momiyini, I know that. Okay, you said you were Mandinga. The Mandingas in Mali are very strong, powerful Bamara, I think. But for instance, in Guinea-Bissau, it's actually quite loose. All the Diolas in Casamance are very loosely communities. But for instance, the Haza is a very structured community, and their connections with north of Niger are essential. Their trade routes, everything is connected a lot. You see, what I noticed about the northern senators in Nigeria from their talk was that, there you go. You changed place in the picture, sorry. What I noticed, it was very interesting about the northern senators, where they were really afraid of the economical consequences. Of course, the Haza plays a huge role, but they were really afraid of the economical consequences of disrupting those connections. Its family, religion, its economy, yes, and also ethnic consciousness or national consciousness. Actually, better said in the modern terms, not ethnic. It's national conscience. The Haza are very conscious about themselves. But I was giving it depends a lot of the communities. The Fula are also very interconnected as well, but some communities are less interconnected. Sorry, is it true or not?
I think you're mistaking some things here.
Okay.
Example, the Mandan is a subgroup of 40 different people. The Bambara is one of them. The Jula is one of them. The Malinke, the Konyaka, the Manyankan, the Sumadukan, that's some people. There's like 40 different groups, but they all have a very common tongue. Okay. Just to explain something to you. When the war happened in Liberia, the initial war in Liberia was against the Manding and the Muslim population of Liberia. Then the Manding go across the border in Guinea, took up arms and joined the Liberian people and went against the Liberian government. So that's just a quick picture for you. Most of the fighting against the Liberian government, the rebels, came from Guinea and Ivory Coast and other Mandingo countries that went to Liberia and joined the Liberian Mandingo speakers and went against the Liberian government. Until 2003, they got disposed of and he took off running. So you may think, oh, because the one group is here, one group is here. No, they still have that link. They still have that tribal link, and all they have to hear, they may even have to have a family in that sub-region. They have to hear there's a war against your people in this place, and they take it personal enough to go there and go die. So that's the mindset over there. But the Fulani and the Hausas people in that area is majority Niger, majority Niger, just right across the border. Guinea is basically between Liberia and Mali. So if you're Mande speaking in Liberia, there's some Mande speaking in Guinea. But if you want to get across to Mali, you have to go to another country. But for Niger, as I said, they are very close. But all that business you're talking about, they can pause that today to defend their tribe. They will rather come back to that business tomorrow than to let them be wiped out today by some political or some business interest. That the business interests come last to tribal interest. And don't take this. People take this. The West tend to take this very lightly when they're dealing with Africa. Don't forget the tribal division of that. That's why I say, oh, let's just create one big country. That you cannot create one big country in Africa. It's impossible. You cannot create a West African state. It's impossible. This forcing multiple tribes in one place would never bring peace. There's always be a competition. Because whenever this tribe takes power, he uses power to subdue the other tribe. Because of that, he changed the constitution to keep running forever. Because he knows the day he steps down, another tribe takes power, everything he did to the other tribe. Example, Alpha Conde in Guinea is from our tribe. They gotta just replace him. Dumbuya is from our tribe. So again, but though Dumbuya is from our tribe, he could attack another guy from the Shaba man. The Fulani are still not satisfied with Dumbuya because again, they say the continuation of the same people. So because they fear the day Fulani take over of Guinea, everything they've been done, everything they did to the Fulani, it'll be a repayment against them. So the tribal thing is very, very, very important to take into consideration when it comes to fighting in Africa.
Let me give an example we have here in Nigeria. There was a time when at AU level, or a post at the AU level, a Fulani man was contesting for him from Niger Republic, and our president Buhari then is from Nigeria. He was the president. He was the head of state then, military head of state of Nigeria. At the AU, he campaigned for his own Fulani brother or whatever from Niger against someone who was competing for the same post from Nigeria at the AU. So that's how to show you when sometimes everyone pick their tribe rather than country or national whatever.
I did have a quick question, but I'm gonna let Upgrade go.
Go Upgrade.
Upgrade.
Oh, yeah. You want to go first one or should I?
Mine's just real quick. The way these colonies were formed, they basically would take a bunch of different tribes that were opposed to each other, put them in an area. No one has a clear majority, so the installed government can operate while the people basically fight amongst themselves. I mean, is that the model originally? That's what you have in these. Like when I was asked about the tribes getting along, like nobody gets along.
Most of the African tribes, they don't pick up guns. They don't fight with guns.
Like what the British did here in Nigeria, when they came, they faced more resistance in the south than in the north, because already the north already had will I say there was a system of a unified system of government in the north. So once they were able to overpower that the Sultan there or the Caliph, then all other regions under their submitted to the British. But here in the south, there was no unified system, so they kept fighting from village to village and guerrilla warfare, guerrilla continuously till even independence. So by the time they were leaving in the 1960s, they decided to reward the north with more influence than the southern part. So that's what has been causing problems. The north sometimes try to subjugate the south, while the south.
Sorry to cut you off on that. That is wrong. That is what you were saying is completely wrong. Okay. Let me enlighten you about some issue that you don't understand about the Nigerians. You have to go back to origins, where everything began. Okay. The reason why they it looked like the northern Nigeria more favorite to like a European, not because of coup or nothing. When we go back, let's go back to the beginning, right? From First World War to Second World War, there are a lot of Nigerians that fought with British at that war. Yeah. Maybe you don't know that. Okay, I will tell you that today. That in that way, those people was exposed. They are exposed to foreign system, which European, British especially do not like, because that is one of the reasons why they start to fight. When they expose, they start to understand that they are equal level. That war bring them to like an equal level with the British. But in the northern Nigerian, right? Like I say, they are Muslim. And one thing that if you notice about the outside, they used to say one thing. If only one rich person, they always say one word, Rankadidi. Okay? Mean if you're the only rich, they will all support you. What you say is what everything goes. Okay? You barely see people gonna argue with you or compromise you or try to, unlike on the west or east Nigeria, whereby they are different animal on their own way because they don't follow anything. Everybody tries to become a leader.
Have we let
upgrades? Everybody tries to become a leader. So now the northern are much organized, more easier to.
Waiting.
Yeah,
Mike.
Hello?
I think we're still waiting for Upgrade to speak. I think he wanted to speak like 15 minutes ago, and we still have.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
It's fine. It's fine. No, I have a question to our African friends here. So we identified what are the problems for these nations, individual nations to develop and prosper, right? So do these nations specifically have a plan to or a vision to improve the quality of life, like said before, right, for each individual of these nations? Or is it just like right now we want to get free from this European ex-colonial past and move on then to another thing? Or is there already something going on besides the things what's going on
now? If I can answer that question, if the West had kept the promises and the agreement and the things the agreement had, none of this could be happening today. We will have a whole different discussion. These people don't mind. This people don't mind leaving it alone. These people don't mind leaving it alone.
Prata, I've been telling that forever. If the West just kept the word that they're gonna help Africa, things will be fine. That's why everyone.
No matter how much. I have a different theory. I have a different theory. The problem about many African nations is the lack of dignity in themselves to impose the rules of engagement. No, it's not true. Because there are examples of African countries.
Sorry, guys.
I make my voice.
China went to Africa 30 years ago.
The problem of Africans.
What they did in Africa.
No, that's not the problem. The problem of Africa. The problem of Africa is greedy.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Dignity is missing.
Mike, you're right. Yeah, Africa are greedy, but the West did fuck all in Africa. Fuck all.
Look, which countries really in Africa?
Everything in Africa was before the independence of the country.
The
only country who had everything was South Africa, because it was the white people and the black people was even allowed to go to
which other countries in Africa really have a bit more of saying in their destiny? We are talking about most of the Arab countries are just wait. Most of the Arab countries, except Libya, unfortunately, that happened what happened. We are talking about Cape Verde, one of the most poor countries in terms of resources in Africa, which is amazingly proud about themselves. We are talking, for instance, about Rwanda, where their president has been staying there all the time and saying things in front of the West. We are talking about Zimbabwe.
Prata, have you been to Cape Verde?
Yes, I was.
Yeah. Have you seen what happened in Cape Verde in the last 10 years?
I was 7 years ago.
The British found a place cheap with sand. That place is no longer Portugal.
Oh, come on. That's not true. No, sorry. I was in South.
See,
about South.
The fact is always facts. Africa, the greedy of Africans, right? It's like what American did, early Americans, they did, right? Nobody willing to stand on that shoe. Even today, nobody who ever, even in America today, nobody will ever be all those founding father they did. They'll be able to agree to. They'll be able to go with. That is the problem with Africa. Nobody will never ever agree. They will never agree with each other. First is a tribalism. Tribalism is a bigger problem we are dealing with in Africa.
Well, to answer this question about the dignity.
You see, in Africa, right? In Africa, you could see a little bit town. The town that's no more than mostly in Nigeria. I'm talking about Nigeria, right? In Nigeria, thing was so worse that the tribalism was so worse in Nigeria that you could see, how will I put it, a town that is not bigger than I'm trying to find something that go similar to what I could make it as example. Manhattan, let's just say Manhattan. It's not bigger than Manhattan, and they speak three different languages. The town is not bigger than Manhattan, but they speak 3 different languages. Okay? And when you move that from the other side, they speak different languages again.
Sounds like
those people will never understand each other. And whenever things happen,
like Switzerland.
Yes.
The thing is this though. Even before colonizing came, they still have, like, the Mali Empire was not all Mandarin speaking people. They have different other tribes that live among them. The tribes have always lived together, but they know each other boundaries and each other limitations. They knew these things. And the European came and said, no, you have no boundaries and limitations. If you're Fulani, you can trespass the Mandingo tribe because it doesn't belong to them anymore, it belongs to France. Just a funny comic. But in the context of the dignity part, they wanted to suffer themselves. Every time any group does that, they label them terrorists. The Tuareg, in your definition, they rise up for their self-independence. They'll call them terrorists. Anytime any group rises up, they say, you know what, the hell with this BS, we want to define our own destiny. They're labeled terrorists, and like right now what happened in Niger. They want to define their own destiny. They are being bombed. So they've been told of being bombed. And so Africans, many tribes would know exactly what's going on. They don't have a problem with it. Before the European came, they survived very well before the European came. The European came and do some little damn whatever they did, and they left. And since they left, they have now the Mandate can't say, okay, this is a Mandarin territory anymore. You cannot say that because under this country called Guinea, you have to go anywhere. Under this country called Sierra Leone, whether you're Timini, you're Mende, you're Creole, you're Shabro, the whole Sierra Leone belongs to you. So now if a Shabro may go trespass on a Kisiman land, it's like, hey, man, you don't belong here. Like, what may I belong? I'm a Sierra Leone just like you are. That's a strife. So the people who know exactly what's wrong, my best solution, as I said earlier, the way to solve Africa's problem will be a bunch of federations. Every big tribe becomes a confederated state, and they all just because this Guinea does not work. Guinea should be divided into at least 3 or 4 countries. The Mande, the Fulani.
That's very interesting. How do you find the new ideas from the I always forget his name. It's Ibrahim Tomare from Burkina Faso. He called for the federalization of African countries.
That's how it was before they came there. Before they came there, this place called West Africa, this Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, were all one section called the Mane. The Mane group called the Mane. In that section alone today, there's almost like 40 different tribes, but they got along fine. That was skirmish here and there, but they got along fine. They got along compared to what it is today. But today,
hey, I have a question.
Hold on, 1 minute.
Question.
Hold on, 1 minute. See, let me just. Sorry, for Africa to get along, right? To get along with all these tribes, they need one thing: military ruler. Civilians cannot rule with all those languages. That is the problem. Civilians, whenever you transfer to civilians, right? That is where the problem became, because now they want to do everything by the book, right? Whereby with the military, nothing like that. One ring rule them all. But when it gets to the
stop listening to the West, that's what we.
No, what I'm saying is this is the thing with Africans, right? Because they speak too many languages. Everybody are different for each other. Unlike in America or in Europe, whereby they say, oh, because they speak. The one thing I think America.
How many languages do you speak, Mike? Be trustful to yourself. How many languages do you speak?
In Nigeria alone, I speak like 3.
Okay, Immanuel, how many languages do you speak?
English, French, and about 4 languages.
Okay, and
4
you,
or 5.
Momiyini.
Oh my God.
Momiyini. Sorry, how many languages do you speak?
Momiyini, I speak fluently 5. But what I understand.
Yes, this is the point about Europeans. Europeans speak English and that's it. They don't speak anything else. They don't understand Africa. They communicate a lot. They like to communicate. You see, I was in Cape Verde. I saw people in the streets, an alphabet. They speak Creole. Okay, I understand. I'm Portuguese. But I saw them speaking with other people.
What other language do you speak?
Oh, he speaks a lot because he's from Switzerland. He's an exception in Europe.
Everything he speaks is from Europe.
European
You
Union
don't
has
speak
so
any language.
many different countries, so
So
many different states, so many
Only
different cultures.
you guys
cannot
are
say
making
everybody
too big of a
speaking
deal. You see, Vaun and I speak English, and that's all we need.
One at a time, please.
Hey, I just had a quick question, real quick. Are there any religious practices or religions, not including the Islamic insurgency, that Africans practice that would be across a region or another way to unite Africans? I mean, is there anything in that area, or is it like
the religion again comes down to tribe? Almost every tribe has their own religion.
Yeah, they have their own god, so they
almost
don't.
Every tribe has their own god. The Mandane have their own god. The Fulani. Yeah.
So there will be no unity through that way either then?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, because this kind of religion, they are all from the West. So this tribe.
Are there a lot of people?
No. No, you're completely wrong. Are you trying to say that Christianity and Islam
which religion is from the West?
Adam, Jesus Christ is fucking blonde with blue eyes.
Oh, yeah, no, he's not. In Ethiopia, Jesus Christ. No. In Ethiopia, Jesus Christ has black eyes and he's brown. In Ethiopia. Where?
And listen, in the context of religion in Africa,
like I said
almost
before,
every Muslim Christians, they have if they're from this tribe, they have their own God at home. They have their own God they know they can go to. They will go to church on Sundays and go to mosque on Fridays. 99% of them, once they need to come, the reality comes to kick in, they really need something done, they go to their own God. So I grew up in a Muslim family.
The tribes in my country, they don't have fucking Bible. So
are there a lot of Catholics in Africa where the colonization was? Is that still left over, or is it a mix of everything?
West Africa, I think, is more like Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire is mainly Catholic. majority place, and Liberia is a mixture of everything. Liberia basically try to copy America. Guinea is have a very little Christian population, but they are more the Baha'i Christian. And
Guinea-Bissau is half Muslim, half Catholic.
Okay. And if you go to Senegal, again, another local, but also have some Catholic population. So I say Catholic is there's more Catholics than other denominations. So you may be right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
what I wanted to say is that
not because we wanted to.
Immanuel said something that nobody listened to. So, Immanuel, what were we saying? We didn't listen.
What I wanted to talk on was where we're talking of what is bringing Africa down. So one of the things I want to say is that there are some value systems that were already had on ground in Africa that when the Europeans came, they brought their own value system and imposed on. So till now, Africans are still having this conflict of identity. So there are sometimes that, for instance, in our communities before, they have a deity that everyone reverse. You don't commit any offense, you allow the community to, because everybody reverse those deity. But when the British came and they talk about the central government or talk of some things like that, you see, at the end of time, people go there, they don't respect whatever, they don't. So that's why we see corruption, we see corruption and the rest there. But in those communities, so there are times here, you can see someone can go to court, hold the Bible, hold this and swear. But if you give him a cutlass, for instance, the Yorubas here, and then tell him to swear on Ogun, because he's afraid of that deity, he won't say anything wrong. So, but they can go to the government place, embezzle all kind of money with no fear. So, but probably if we had come up on our own, having our own with our own cultural values and whatever that kept the society together, there may have been probably the problems we are seeing today may not have been there. So,
Immanuel, I have the feeling that there was a process during the decolonization period. Fanon, Lubunga, Thomas Sankara, and many others. Amilcar Cabral, an amazing philosopher as well. And they kind of solve those problems. You just need to go to them, because the problem is modernity. Modernity exists, and you can't just be a tribe like a tribe. You can't just be a shepherd in the highlands of the
Alps. African people how to live their life. Basically, you telling us to follow.
No, I'm provoking you.
No, so ask him what do you mean about modernity? Modernity is a who's comparison. Because if you say modernity in the context of European, they get snow, we don't have snow. So there's no way who can be like them. So modernity
alternatives. But these guys offered alternatives. These guys offered alternatives.
What alternative? African problem, like
dignity,
I said before.
Dignity.
The only way is African problem.
Amilcar Cabral was all about dignity. You have to restore your dignity. You have to restore your dignity.
Hold on, guys.
Dignity.
Amilcar Cabral was a philosopher.
Hello, guys.
In a black
The only way they could fix African problem, okay? African problem is not European problem. European is not the one that causing the problem in Africa. Anybody was saying European is European, we just lying to ourselves, okay? Our problem there is our own people, okay? But like I said, the only one way to fix African problem, and mostly in Nigerian problem, we need to unite. And we need to unite with one way, one word. Start to speak one language, which is going to be more difficult to convince everybody to do. Okay? Without doing that, without start from there, and the only way they can do that is a military leader. Civilian leader will never work in Africa and help Africa forward. Because in civilians, right, everybody try to get rich. Look at all the Nigerian Senate. Look at the Nigerian president. Look at all the Nigerian officials. Look at them. See what they are doing. Okay?
And the military
see how they was.
The military are not
see
trying
how
to
they take.
the thing.
See how they take care of themselves,
Mike,
right?
the thing with your country, Mike, the thing with your country, you change president all the time.
See, if you keep doing the democracy things, it's gonna make things worse.
Okay, so
okay, I was there during the military regime in Nigeria.
What about communist things like Sankara?
Okay, hold on.
Yes, that would be nice if you could find somebody like that, but it's hard. Who is really going to stand to die like a Jesus Christ for Nigerians? Nobody. Not even me.
And also,
I'll be honest with you. Yeah. Okay? It will be difficult to find somebody, because even if you find somebody, majority will not like it, because everything, like I say now, I want them to unite them with one language. That's where the error fraud is going to begin. Okay. Everybody like, no. We're not going to take this. We're not going to take this from you. We're going to kill you right away. Right?
Yeah,
we're not going to agree with that person. Right? Everybody will want to kill that person right away. Right?
And
if
everybody
you unite Africa like the way they unite America.
Mike, you see, the countries that speak English in Africa, they are very quiet. I think they still want to be a British colony or something like that. But the ones that speak French, they suffer a lot. And they are tired.
Hold on. Wait a minute. You say speak French.
What's going to
happen
to them? They are ready to fight.
What you mean by speak? Hold on. Wait a minute. What you mean by speak French? It's not speaking French. When it says speak English, it's not speaking English. Okay? Speak English. But let's say 99.9 barely understand the old English in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Okay? Even the one that speak French, 99% don't know what the French is. Okay? We just call them, say they speak French. They don't speak French. Okay? They just like a kind of language that you just talk to them once in a while.
Mike, I'm from Angola. Every country that's around me speak English apart from the two up north.
Povo.
That's both Congos.
The people with most dignity
Angola down. Hold on, Prata.
The people I know
from Angola down.
The people with most
Angola. Every country down
Hold on quick.
They speak
English.
English.
Right here,
they speak English.
This is like four Africans here. We can even have a consensus on one idea. What makes you think the country of the whole country of 2,000 tribes? There's just four of us. I'm from Liberia. He's from Angola, and two Nigerians, and we're having this conflict of language and religion and all these things. We can have one consensus.
You don't need that.
I'm not a religion guy, so.
You see, that's what I'm saying there.
Of the country.
One thing that makes America,
if I was talking to somebody from the
is the language. Even American citizens do not understand that. What makes America great is the language. It's not about black, tribe, or anything. It's because they speak one word, one language. They understand each other. Okay? What makes America great is the one language. What makes Great Britain great is because they speak one English. They understand. Look at America, British,
there's many other languages in the
Australian. They thought they are one. You see, that's one country. They think they are one.
What makes USA great is the respect for everybody's identity. No, sorry. That it is. And Povo, I want to answer to you. The people with most dignity I ever met in my life, they're always Angolan or Cape Verdean. They are extremely self-aware. They're extremely conscious. They are amazing people.
Sorry to disappoint you, Prata. If there is a country without dignity in Africa, it's my country.
By the way,
we fucking
Angola is basically the western pressure point in South Africa, and Nigeria is a pressure point in West Africa. Kenya is a pressure point in East Africa, and Egypt is a pressure point in North Africa. These are the four countries they basically use to pressure each region. So that's so. By the way, go back to the dignity question talking about. In the 12th century, they call it Mandan Charter. Look it up. It's a document that listed, because once the Mandan Empire started to grow, they started bringing in other tribes and other people. They created a constitution, the Mandan Charter. They call it the Mandan Charter. That's what it's called. And it's listed 44 different articles on what govern everybody, every tribe, every religion, every belief, everybody. This is from the 12th century. This is like a very old document. That's how the Mandan Empire was ruled. That's why it grew so big. That's why it got so rich, because everybody lived peacefully. Living peacefully is not a problem. But the European comes and tell you you're Christian. But they say, okay, you're all one people, but you're Christians, you're Muslims, you're this, you're that. Then they decide drawing boundaries between the lines. But okay, let's leave Europe for a minute. Let's just focus on Africa. If I was to solve Africa's problem, example, the West African section of or the West Africa, if I was to solve the West Africa problem, Nigeria, Ghana, almost all Anglophone countries can basically create their own federations. They understand them. The funny thing is they understand they have more in common than the Francophone countries. Whether it's because of this language that divided them for the past 60, 70 years, I don't know. But for some reason, Nigeria and Ghana will get along better than Nigeria with Guinea. And Liberia and Ghana get a lot better than Liberia and Guinea. Liberia basically
next door. Nigeria here in the UK, they don't get along at all.
No, I mean once they get along,
they hate each other.
I mean, they'll get along better. Trust me, Nigeria will get along better with the Ghanaian than the Guineans. Liberia is basically surrounded by Guinea, but they don't do nothing. They don't even tell us Guineans. They rather go to Sierra Leone or a smaller country or go deal with Ghana further away than deal with Guinea just next door. Because again, for some reason, and Guinea would rather deal with Mali and Guinea-Bissau and Senegal and Ivory Coast than deal with Liberia, which is just next door. So that's what. So if you look at the Francophone African countries, they can create their own federations and they figure their way out. And the Francophone, the Anglophone, do the same thing. Then within the federations, they could at least for once find majority tribes and give them certain controls. And just like that, you can have some little peace and little one thing my people used to say is this: when Liberia failed, they said we all failed. But if that was a mundane rule place, if they say the mundane are horrible leaders, they run our country. So since there's no central place to place the responsibilities, which is how Africa is grown. This is how African mentality is. If this tribe is responsible for this, if the tribe failed, the whole tribe failed. If that project failed, they say this tribe failed this project. But now the Western people came and took their responsibility away and say, okay, now responsibility belongs to everybody. So no one person is responsible. Under the Mandate Charter, it tells you if the ruler failed, if this tribe, this last name group, let's say the Smith was ruling, and the Smith run the kingdom to the ground, the Smith are incompetent to lead the people. So that just narrowed the problem to a certain group of people. But Africa, but now if you choose the president like George Weah in Liberia, if he destroy the country, you don't blame the cruel people of Liberia. You blame Liberia in whole, so the whole country is incompetent. Instead of knowing that, okay. Anyway, that's the confusion in Africa.
Okay, there is a European guy trying to talk since he got here. Come on, Andrew, it's your turn.
Thank you. I think we're ignoring a big part here. Like we're talking about languages, religions. Of course, that's a real thing that divides people in Africa. But we forget often that on the already pre-existing rivalries, we have also the rivalries caused by the European colonization of Africa. Other than the fact about religion, language imported by Europeans, you're forgetting the fact Europeans also forced people that have nothing to do with each other to coexist. Immanuel, who is from Nigeria, I hope he will agree with me. Nigeria was not a thing, and Nigeria is a byproduct of British colonization of Africa, in the sense that in Nigeria, multiple people coexist together, are forced to exist together, despite having nothing to do with each other. And of course, that causes enmities, rivalries, local rivalries. And the Europeans already, since the 1600s, 1700s, they have been using the good old divide and conquer idea in Africa. You know, they would pit tribes against each other to
earn slaves. Yes.
Yes. To gain slaves, they would make them go at war with each other, make them capture slaves and buy them. I hope you, especially Immanuel, agrees with me on the Nigeria.
I don't think so.
That's the whole Africa.
I think if we're able to make Africans to forget about the thing about their tribe or whatever, probably we may be able to coexist. Just like the solution in at least Rwanda, that we see today, where they had this issue continuously of Houthi versus Tutsi, until this current president was able to, when after the massacre, I think either 1994 or something, when they came back from that incident, they cancelled in their passport and anything. There's nothing like Houthi or Tutsi or any of all those things. The only identity there now is the state identity, which is Rwandan. So I don't know. And we see that to some extent they are able to coexist together, since they are forgotten. Let me not say forgotten. They are able to make them ignore the aspect of their tribe. But I don't know how visible that will be.
In Liberia, since ever, they have never had tribe listed in the papers. But back in '89, when Chancellor came, they would know exactly who to go for. They say they were basically against it was go for the Mandingo people. They don't belong here. And the Mandingo happen to be Muslims. So it got slow and talk. If they are Muslims and Mandingo, go for them. So you don't have to list the tribes. The people know themselves. I can just by last name, I can tell what tribe belongs to. Just by last name, I can tell what tribe belongs to in that region. So they don't even have to list the tribe. They already know they already know each other. They already talk among themselves. You have to ban every tribe from speaking that language, which is you cannot do. It is impossible to do anyway. The truth of the Africa problem is it doesn't come from the West. It comes from Africa. And so long we try to copy and paste what they do in Europe, what they do in Asia, what they do in any other place to paste in or copy and paste in Africa, we'll always have this problem. The reality remains. There are certain tribes that will get along on business and everything, but once you tell them we force them to basically do the same thing, things that are made to do, that's gonna be a problem. If you see the problem in Guinea has been stable. Guinea has not had a war for almost for more than 30, 40 years. Since independence, they have not had a war. But Guinea is still behind many countries. So war is not just a problem. War is just not a problem. In 2000, there was a little skirmish between when Sierra Leone and Liberia tried to invade Guinea through the rebels. That was like a 1 week war. The war was ended. The Guinean army basically destroyed them. But so Guinea has been very stable in the sense of war in Africa. Guinea has been very, very stable for more than 40, 50 years. But why is it not going forward? It comes down to the same tribal issues between the Mandan and the Fulani in Guinea. Because they rather steal and basically people I'm accusing of stealing. They rather steal and basically uplift their own tribe people than the country, than the national interest of the country. So that's the truth of the situation in Africa.
I don't know. Does anyone have an idea of what is happening in Congo? Because I think that country is moving. The Congo, that's the smaller Congo. But there was a time I was reading on them that I saw it's as if they'll be able to form
Brazzaville.
Hey, Luis, what was Luis saying?
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to refocus a bit because all this talk about Africa essence, so to say, it's very interesting. Someone said in the private chat that is a lesson, that is rewiring of how we may think of Africa, maybe for some more, for some less. But I think we should focus a bit more again in the issue of geostrategics of what's going on in Africa, because this is the question of Niger or the coups or Sudan, or as I mentioned before, the war in West Sahara, which has been going for almost 3 years already, I think, and it's about, of course, the freedom of the Sahrawi people from Morocco, but also about the resource that doesn't exist anywhere else in the world, which is phosphates, which is a fundamental fertilizer. It doesn't exist anywhere. I mean, you can produce other like pot. I was gardener, so I could say something about that.
No, there exists in many countries because
potash from other things, but phosphates you can only get them almost exclusively in West Sahara, in the mine of Bukra, which is in northern part of West Sahara, which is...
You can get it in Morocco, you can get them in Algeria, you can get them in Niger, you can get them in various parts of the world, but it's reduced.
Exclusively from West Sahara. And also, it's something I want... there was a chat about what's the role of African Union, which is apparently nothing. But also I want to mention Algeria. Algeria seems to be very important in what's going on in West Africa, not only in the ultra-Saharan part of West Africa, but also in the Saharan part or the North African part of West Africa, the Northwest African part. I would like to discuss Algeria, because Algeria is like the little Russia of Africa. It's one of the most industrialized countries of Africa. It's a military powerhouse. It's a gas and oil powerhouse. And it's probably, along with Russia and with China, probably behind what's going on in West Africa to some extent. What can you, has somebody an opinion on Algeria?
Okay. I have a question for the Africans on the panel. How does the African countries reconcile like the open slave markets in Libya? And do they ever discuss dealing with that or something? Because that seems kind of fucked up that the northern part of the country, which is predominantly Arab, is taking migrant Africans from the South and Central Africa and selling them. So I just wonder, is that something they ever talk about? Like with
thanks to the American, thanks to the American, Libya is not. Thanks to the American, Libya is not country. So
okay, basically,
it's impossible to put, because there's like three people running the country at the moment. So it's really hard to.
I want to add that statement
real quick before you guys fill in the explanation. Do any of the African countries try to fight it or interdict it at all?
Let me answer that question, right? Let me answer that question. That open slave market in Libya is basically, I was just taking added to the many Africans are starving stories about Africa. That open slave market you talk about in Libya, there was no open slave market in Libya. I will challenge it every day. Yeah, I will challenge that every day. If you see Africans, because if you go to the African community, of course they just repeat what BBC and CNN told them. But the Africans that lived there, they lived there for a very long time. Africans are not in Libya. Blacks been living in Libya for a very, very long time. I must have been in Libya. I've been there back in 2012. I was in Libya. The Black people lived there for a very, very long time. Gaddafi was friends with everybody. So no, that open slave market thing, of course, there's abuse. But it was just a bunch of migrants head up in place. The reason Africans didn't take that to foot them, because again, like every other stories, help Africa. If somebody own a corn game that they run. Before Ukraine, Africa was the best corn game money laundering scheme they had. Feed the hungry Africans and let's go take care of Africa. And there's not a single project anybody can name or anybody can look up right now that the West have done in Africa. Whether it's a road, school, any infrastructure, nothing. It doesn't exist. And for the past 60 years, they say that they are giving aid to Africa. I don't see that aid.
Is it true that the largest infrastructure development was actually done by an African man? He put in like power lines across like 3 or 4 African countries.
Okay, that again, it was done. The one I think you're referring to is basically the one in Ivory Coast right now. The one from Ivory Coast, I supply Ivory Coast, Guinea, and Liberia, I think, and also Sierra Leone. That project, that was our MRA. They have the Monterey Union, which is just 4 countries, and they have some. Anyway, it was like 4 countries. Well, it was funded by Ivory Coast. It was funded by Ivory Coast by African Development Bank, but most of that money came from, of course, it came from foreigners. But again,
so just real quick, you guys don't believe that there's an open slave markets in Africa?
Let me speak on that.
That's fine. I would take your judgment more than someone on the news just because you guys are in the area.
I want to comment on that. It may not be as much as what is being said in the West now, but here in Nigeria, for instance, we have a lot of people who fall into that. Usually there are some states here where you have a lot of people who are deceived because of this wanting to go to the European countries and the rest. So you see, at the end of the day, they take, let's say from Nigeria, I've had story of so many of them, they take them to the border in Cotonou. From Cotonou, they seize all their papers. So it may not be on the last key. Then from there, they take them to different, not only in Libya and there, but they take them to some countries and then sell them out. So, but I don't know what scale of
exploitation that is there. Most of what we see in Libya was exactly that. There was a war going on, and they believe Gaddafi has imported his black Africans to come help him regain power. Most of those you see in those praising overhead, they were captured during the war against Gaddafi, because they believe Gaddafi has imported a bunch of black Africans to come support him, because against the Western backed rebels. That's when These are the same people that, again, it went down the road, it got passed down until almost a year later, then this video went viral. And most of those people, some of them lived there already. Some of them were just happened to be passing through. Most of them come to, before Gaddafi, some came to stay, but majority just came to pass through Libya and go to, because it was peaceful to be in Libya than in Tunisia or Algeria, any of the Arab countries. You were more welcome in Libya than any of these other countries because of Gaddafi. So most of them just came past through there. They either stay and work in Libya or they pass and go to Europe. So of course, they got captured, out of panic, out of fear that they're here to fight Gaddafi's war, and they got put in those places. But to say, oh, they're out there auction them out and like how they have back in America, hey, I give $50 for this other motherfucker. No, that's not what was happening at all. There was no truck waiting to load them up and get the attention.
Maybe more like indentured servants or trapped workers, basically, when they just pilfer off people they want to use, and then they just take their papers and they're basically stuck. They're not slaves like in the traditional sense, but they can't. They're basically stuck there and have to do whatever.
So basically,
I mean, it sounds a lot like what's going on in the Middle East with the Dubai, right? They're not slaves, but they're basically slaves. Right?
They're basically slaves. That's the best way to explain it. They basically take people and they say, okay, example, from here to Dubai, the ticket is $1,000. They'll charge you $10,000. So we'll seize your passport. You work for us for almost whatever amount of time. You pay out that money, and then we'll give back your passport to you. I have my personal, a friend of mine that was smuggling those in legal trade, got all the way to Egypt, working for this lady, and they're charging her a ridiculous amount of money. I said, how much she owed them? She said about $2,000. I paid them money and get her passport from there, and now she's here. I'm not sure I'm not, but now she's here. But anyway, so yeah, so that's very common. They basically exploit people. Say, okay, I'm looking for goods, I'm looking for a job. I'll bring you to Egypt, I'll bring you to the Dubai, I'll bring you to here. But in return, you pay me 10 times what I spent to get you here. So that's that boy. To say, oh, they're working for free and they're auctioning them out. No. Back in when I went to, no longer I was in America, at a Home Depot. I just pulled into the Home Depot to get something. There was a bunch of people standing. So if this was behind bars, you say, okay, somebody said to pick up a bunch of slaves. No, they were just there waiting to get picked up to go for the contract for the day. That's what it is. So if you put these people behind bars and say, oh, I'm here to pick up 4 Hispanic guys to go help me or some project in my house, oh, they're here auctioning Hispanics as slaves. That's not what it was. That was mass treatment, that was killing, that was a bunch of illegal things going on. But it was not a slave auction like how they have here back in the 1700s and 1600s. That's not what it was.
Okay, but now we need to ask the real questions to the Africans in this panel. How many slaves do you guys have?
I lost count. I have too much.
I want to redirect the issue again to Algeria and to the geopolitics of Africa, because Vaun totally destroyed my question. And also I want to ask the advocate of the devil's question. Is Russia making a new empire, neo-colonial empire from Senegal to Sudan?
No.
That's a very subjective question.
No, that's BBC bullshit.
I don't think Russia will be able to.
Bullshit.
Well, hold on. You want to say neo-colonial empire, right? We can't really know that until we give it time.
Semi-colonial, call it whatever. Something that you extract the resources and you get the mines in concessions, as Wagner does. Actually, they get mines in concession.
I agree. We don't know yet. We don't know.
Devil's advocate. I'm not anti-Russian. Question. I'm not anti-Russian. Let me say. I'm not saying this is not a less bad deal for Africa. I'm just saying it's not a bit of the same. But also the question of Algeria. Is Algeria the new regional power of West Africa?
No. Let me just tell you something. Russia doesn't need anything from Africa. All they want is to make EU suffer. The only way they can do it is controlling people in Africa.
Okay.
So all of this is assumption. We're just assuming these people's interest. But one interest we know for sure is the West doesn't have Africa interest at heart, and they want to loot Africa for as long as they want to. So if anything, of course, as the Povo said, if Russia can undermine Europe in Africa, it helps Russia, because Russia is completely India and China alone cannot prop up Russia economy forever. They need a bigger market. Russia knows if they help Africa get on their feet or challenge the West, they not have a whole new market they can expand to. Because as funny as this may sound, before all this thing happened, Russia have always been in Africa. Russia, one way or another, they've been there. And since ever, Russia has been in Africa longer than Europe been in Africa, than the West been in Africa. But I don't know any African country that took Russian, because Russia didn't come with a mindset to conquer and dominate. Well, that's a Prussia, USSR, whichever name want to give them. And my family people personally have been going back and forth to Russia since the 1600s. Been going back and forth to Russia. So
1600s.
Russia have been to Africa. So when back in the 60s and 70s, so it wasn't no surprise when Russian helped them basically go against the Europeans. So for now, how it plays out today. But anyway, sorry, let me just go off history for a minute. But Algeria is protecting itself. Algeria knows if the war go to Niger, they're gonna fly somewhere. They're not gonna go to Mali. Mali is not stable. They're not gonna go to Nigeria because that's where they've been chased from. They're gonna run up to Algeria. So it's protecting itself. If they can prevent war in Niger, it prevents people running to this country for safety. Don't forget, North Niger, people that live in North Niger are more like the Berber Arab people. They're gonna run to Algeria. That's what they're gonna run to, and they don't want that other problem in their hand. So this is not about There's no single country in Africa that can say, I'm the power here. They have power in their own little domain. They cannot dictate their interest against them, but their interest, that dictation comes from Europe. And the West. That's where it comes from. Example, Liberia. Nigeria can invade Liberia tomorrow and seize it if they want to. But Nigeria cannot tell Liberia to do anything that America did not approve. So in the same context, Sierra Leone is a very small country. Guinea can dominate Sierra Leone tomorrow morning if they want to. But Guinea is not going to do it because the order from the UK will tell Guinea, if you invade Sierra Leone, we'll invade you. That's what happened right now in Niger. France is saying they're going to retaliate if something happens to them, their interest in Niger. Because most of these people that have no power, none of them have any power to do anything to anybody. If anybody could have a power and act, it would be South Africa. But they are so far away from everything, they can even solve their own problems. So no country in Africa can have a superpower. They are so in their own domain. In Egypt, it's Sisi. In Nigeria, is the Nigerian president. In Mali, is this guy, the current coup leader. In Niger, is the current Chiani. In Guinea, is Dumbuya. So potentially they can have enough power to go beyond that border. The person I've tried is Kenya. And Kenya, again, is always with the back ends of America. The more America pull hand from Kenya, Kenya doesn't have any voice. So that's just my own take on
sorry for cutting you off, but I think I'm about to say something that I hate to say this, but the fact is always the fact. Okay? I think the only way they could fix African ruling systems or party system should be Chinese systems. I think, to be honest, I hate to say it, but the fact is always fact. Okay? The only way African could survive without fighting war or without a military regime should be a Chinese system. Okay? First, they have to take every property. The governments take every property. Okay? That's where they start from. Nothing like this thing belong to this governor, this king, or this belong to this person, right? Government take in charge of every single thing without nobody have to claim that I own this is mine, and this is belong to my great whatever grandfather. Okay, this is belong to my tribe because it's my tribe. Okay, so after that they do like the way Chinese are not military systems, but they are also not a democracy system. They know communism. They are also as a market system. They kind of between of everything. So
to answer that question quick. Example, the Conde, the one that got disposed of in Guinea. When he came in, he reduced the size of the military. He started to cut back on so many things, all of those things. But what she said earlier, let's say Fulani government take over Guinea and start to go seize all the properties. Do you think the Mandela people are going to stand and watch him seize the properties? He's trying to seize it and give it to his Fulani brothers. You're forgetting to know this part. That's not going to fly. What the same thing in Europe. Europe have more than 200 languages. There's more than languages in Europe. But
you're right about that. You remember what I proposed earlier?
Yeah.
You remember what I proposed earlier? I said no. I proposed one thing earlier. For you to start that, you will first start with the military. That is Mao Zedong do. Mao Zedong start with the military systems. Okay?
Yeah.
Then bring it to the. You can't just start with the democracy or civilian government. That would not work.
But roughly, how much percentage of the Mao army were from a single tribe? Roughly, how much percent was the current Chinese in the military structure? How much of them belong to the same tribe?
You mean for Nigeria?
I mean, what I'm trying to say is this: if you try that in a country where the majority is from a single tribe, they say that's a tribal war. That's the very first. That's the very first thing they're going to take. It's a tribal war. It's okay because, if example, in Guinea, the reason the French have not started war.
Wait, I said something earlier. If you recall what I said earlier, Nigerian army, majority of Nigerian army, 60% is outside.
Yeah. But so imagine Nigerian army trying to seize the whole land in the country.
Matter of fact, I'm just things start for one part, okay? Matter of fact, in that Nigerian army, right? Not just 60% is Hausa. The Nigerian army language is Hausa. Okay? After the English, the second language in the army is Hausa.
I'm talking about the technique. We come down now to the common people that's in the army that this is a Hausa man, and the government. They don't.
Okay. We go from there. Hold on. We're still going from there. We're still going there, right? You know. Do you know? What do you think the Nigerian population is?
Majority is Hausa.
No. But the population of entire Nigerians.
I don't know, about 130, 140 million people.
100. Yeah. Over 200.
200 million people.
Okay. All this country we are counting, how much is their populations? All together.
Okay. Don't forget, you're a single majority.
No. We are counting because now we have to count in the head. Okay.
Yeah. Let's count the head.
Let's go. How much is the population of all the entire country together?
Combined, they're more than the Hausas.
Nigeria. Compared to mighty Nigeria.
They're more than the Hausas. If you join they're more than the Hausas. It's the same reason in Guinea.
I understand.
The army in Guinea is majority Manding. The population majority of Guinea.
What I'm saying is that if you want to start, if revolution is going to start,
you are repeating yourselves. You're repeating yourselves. I wanted to introduce a new perspective. So, many of you are not aware that Europe before the French invasions actually were very multi-ethnic societies. What happened after the French revolutionary invasions was the creation of nation states. The idea that behind the state there is a language, there is a culture, there is an ethnic group. This didn't existed in Europe before. There was a ruler, and the ruler had many people behind it, just like Momiyini was describing the the Mali Empire, and many other empires that existed, Benin Empire, and so on. What is very interesting is that after the French Revolution, this idea of the nation state created wars in Europe. They were so bloody, and it killed so many people, all their neighbors behind. There was just a single country in Europe that is more or less the only single nation state for almost 900 years. It was Portugal.
No, but
all the other countries have many ethnic groups. So now we see. Sorry, I finished, and you can. Let me finish. Let me finish for a second. Let me finish. You are not going to get the point. The point is, we learn in Europe after the Second World War, which was also an extermination of ethnic groups war. We learned in Europe that we could live all together. And now Europe is financing a national war in Ukraine, where they want to create a single ethnic group country. They are trying to annihilate Russian-speaking, but not just Russian-speaking, also ethnic groups. And I wonder how the Africans see them, because those countries have a lot of plurality. And I see Mike, for instance, defending a kind of cosmopolitan nationalism, which is also, and Momiyini was trying to explain this doesn't work and so on and so on. He's pretty much right. Why do we have to have ruling countries? They can't have multi-ethnic identities, multi-ethnic dimensions. Why do you have really to have you guys? You all speak different language. You guys, you all speak different language. You are able to live in a cosmopolitanism of different ethnic groups. Oh, come on, Luis, shut up for a second. Shut up for a second, please. Let's finish the idea. Why you're not aiding anything new?
One at a time.
Hey, African guys, why can't you live together and create community within itself?
Okay.
What Momiyini was describing of the Mali Empire existed for centuries in many societies all over the planet.
Okay, answer to that question. The reason why all this work is because
Upgrade needs to talk, bro. I want to hear Upgrade's hot take.
I just wanted to disagree that war just started after the French Revolution in Europe. That's totally nonsense.
No.
Let me just talk. You said you want to be listened to. I listened to your take, and now I can talk just 2 minutes, and afterwards you can talk again. No, I'm just saying that it's total nonsense that war just started in Europe after the French Revolution. It started before that. Long time ago, and there was different. He was right. There were different states, small states, who fought each other for no reasons, just for territory gains, and because they said, "Oh, that was my territory. I need to take it over." So let's not pretend that in Europe war just started after the French Revolution. That's
Upgrade. Upgrade. You made him leave.
I'm sorry, but I need to tell him the truth. I cannot just tell him.
Upgrade is right.
I have a question for you, Upgrade.
Yeah.
Currently, how many ethnic groups in Europe right now?
Roughly. Look at how many countries we have. There's Finnish,
more than
countries.
There's so many of them.
Yes, belong to a stateless nation.
One can say this: there's almost 200 different groups in Europe that are from there, but the majority land or tribe ethnic groups are the ones that created the country. They have minority elite among them. It's the same process that work for Africa. Yeah, the France is in France. Not everybody in France is French. They have other ethnic groups in France. Not everybody in Sweden is they have other ethnic groups there. Now everybody in Norway is from Norway. Because again, the majority tribe ethnic groups create a country, and the minority leave them and equally represented by a document that is defined. Like I mentioned earlier, in the 12th century, under the Mande Empire, because the Mande Empire was growing so big, they were incorporating other tribes and other languages and other things. So they created a constitution.
But you got to also look at the point, right? Modern African borders were not created by Africans.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
That's what I said earlier.
Those borders, right? It's on the map. My family own properties that go in 3 countries according to the border. According to the border, they're in 3 countries, but on the ground, you can never tell where you are. Those borders only exist in drawing, really. In most of Africa, those borders is just what you see on the map. You go on the ground, you have no idea where the border starts, where it finishes. There are families that live on both sides of the border. They don't even know that there are 2 different nationalities according to the border. My family have properties that the farms, lands, or plantations that are going to extend in 3 different countries.
I can give you an example.
Nobody knows.
Look, Switzerland.
Sorry, guys. I'm about to say something.
4 different countries who became one country through merging between each other. We had different, each canton, like region, was one country. And then they start to merge together and say, let's make one nation together. And there were 4 different speaking parts, 4 different, not 4 different religion, but 2 different religion. And we merged together and we did it. We made it function, right? The notion that nothing happened between
Upgrade. Your country is fucked up. How many languages do you speak in Switzerland?
Switzerland is peculiar because Switzerland made a peasant revolution, so to say. The peasants rose up against the feudal system and created they were mostly German Swiss, and they made their own confederation. They began integrating other groups that also had the same interests. Some were urban, proto-bourgeois, and they became what Switzerland now is, more or less, simplifying, because there was a civil war and whatever. Yeah, so it was not so simple. But basically, Switzerland is very peculiar because it's not a nation state. It's a nation of many nations.
Yeah, back in history class, Matteo told me Switzerland is a make-believe country. It was created a bunch of people that didn't want to live under their own people. They created their own countries. Because Switzerland is basically majority German, and German is a country. They have French is a country. They have Italians is a country. They have the Alps or the Romans, they call them something. They all have their own country they belong to. So my history back in history class, Switzerland is like a make-believe country of a bunch of sister people that don't want their country and create their own country.
The difference was that those countries, France or whatever was in Germany and Italy, because they were not unified yet, in those days were basically dictatorships, feudal dictatorships. Exactly. And the Swiss didn't want that. The Swiss wanted democracy, wanted other way of doing things, more popular, so to say. And they broke apart.
Wasn't created by Swiss people.
Symbolized in the motto of the canton of Ticino, which is the only one that speaks Italian, which says Svizzero ma libero, which means Swiss but free. Why free? Because it wasn't under the dictatorship of the Duke of Milan or whoever was the previous ruler.
Yep.
Yeah. That's true. Like right now, in the context of France, like the French have other tribes in there that they have other tribes about kicking, but French, because since French being a majority, they go with the French agenda. Same thing as I said earlier, that will work for Africa. Nigeria have a lot of tribes, as someone mentioned earlier, Mike mentioned earlier, but the majority. Example, we call it the Hausa state. The Hausa in Niger, the Hausa in Nigeria, created states. They have other subgroups, but the thing is, they have to follow a law that respects those other people. Like in the case of the Mande Empire, it was so successful because again, everybody there was a law written, it was enforced, it was basically taken to the T and protect everybody, so the empire grows. It grows so big, and again, it started to crumble among itself once the European invaded, and it was easy to destroy that way. So. The means is there, but so long as someone said earlier, as Ellen said, so long as those borders exist, those colonial borders exist, it would never be feasible. We have to draw our own borders on our own ideas and our own agendas. So
and merge together on our own terms.
It's impossible.
What happened?
Right? How will you make it work now? Because the borders are now drawn, so how is it possible to go back? Impossible, right?
It's going to really take a long time.
Borders are changing every day. Borders just changing Ukraine. Ukraine border just changed.
Yeah, but they go on with millions, so hundreds of thousands of dead.
No, I mean, what happened?
No, that's the hundreds of thousands of dead.
I think what you all need is African Union. Though once you get African unity, like the proper unity among all African states, and then you guys straight away make a division to break up the entire of Africa into all the different in more tribally friendly kind of arrangement, or federalize like into like a United States of Africa, and then maybe race is not that important anymore.
And I think that's a very bad idea.
There is a way.
You know who's wanted that?
The same way we use in South of Africa. There is SADC. It's just basically every country from South. It works. Everyone gets on really well. The same people from the West Africa should do the same. And I believe that thing would work even better for the East countries in Africa. Because basically most of these countries speak the same language.
What was other
what White was talking about? Okay.
Like Somalia is a very poor country, so how is it better than West Africa? Like Ethiopia is very poor, right, compared to West Africa. How is it better than the West African countries? I'm just curious
Somalia,
about
Ethiopia is
not
richer than many West African
Somalia is
countries.
not a poor country. Let me just tell you this: Somalia is not a poor
Okay,
country.
you know, this is something also I think the West doesn't understand. Most countries in Africa are not poor; they are poorly managed,
Yeah.
which is two different things. They're not poor; they're poorly managed. Ethiopia, for example, is not Ethiopia. In this context, have more resources, is more developed than most countries in West Africa. The reason why our Povo idea will not work in West Africa because in West Africa, Angola is basically a minority in that area, like in the context of language-wise. So it will work for you because it will be easier for somebody from Zimbabwe to go to South Africa than go to Angola, because go to Angola they have to learn a whole new language but they can go to South Africa in another language, in another quick English, they can just move on quicker than to go to Angola. So you can see why it will be easier for you. But in Guinea, you can leave like almost 6 other countries you can go to in West Africa that speak French. So it's just within reach. So that
but you know, in South Angola is not the only country that speaks Portuguese. There's Mozambique.
Yeah, that's Mozambique. Yeah. Well, I mean, but in the context of you guys are Portuguese minority
basically every country speaks English apart from Angola and Mozambique.
Yeah. So you guys are
by the way, Mozambique is changing their language. Mozambique is changing from Portuguese to English.
English or French, because a lot of countries in Africa use French, right?
French, of course.
West Africa.
The one that started the revolution in Africa, they speak French.
Spanish now has French as official language.
Which is Guinea Equatorial?
Equatorial Guinea.
Yeah.
I think Equatorial Guinea. I think it's Spanish, right?
Yeah.
They used to have Spanish as official language, but as there are nothing else speaking Spanish in that area.
You know how the Spanish shut them up? They give them passport.
Yes, they stole it from the Portuguese or something like that.
You know the funny thing right now?
Like Africans.
What's his name?
Trust me, if you want to see if the Africans are really united, tell them I've got passport for you.
Sorry?
You will see
sorry
if
for
they
cutting you
really
guys off.
love Africa.
The reason why Africa cannot unite is because there's one thing missing, whereby European has, American has, but Africa don't have right now. Is what called common enemy. Okay, if we go to common enemy, which Africa don't have at this moment, we might say the kings, it might be king, it might be colonized, it might be, because if Africa want to unite, are they going to unite against British or are they going to unite against French? It's two. So they are split apart. It's more complex in that situation. So no common enemy. Without a common enemy, you cannot unite and fight. That is the fact there. Okay? What we are saying in Nigeria right now is that if for us to unite and be one in Nigeria, I'm not going to talk of Africa. Let me just stay with Nigeria at this point right now. Okay? We have to have a common enemy. And everybody, since we are switching from military to democracy, things is kind of okay, kind of not okay. Okay? It's on both sides. Something that don't happen during the democracies is happening in the military time. And in democracy, some benefit to it and some disadvantage. That huge disadvantage in the military, and in fact, greatest disadvantage in democracy in Nigeria at this point. That's why I say
democracy is not working because also of a lot of corruption in some of these countries, no?
Too much corruption in Nigeria. Too much corruption. Even during the military. Even during the military.
It doesn't matter.
Even sorry to say, during the military, the corruption is worse.
Come on, fucking asshole that I was here. Sorry, I was. Fucking.
Yeah.
Wyatt,
Hey, Lambo.
Somebody has my bad day.
things like that, put them away. Not put that on the thing. I was trying to interrupt Mike to have that new asshole presenting himself, and then again, oh Wyatt, these guys are fucking stupid. Come.
Yeah.
I want one thing to Mike, because Mike was saying that he wanted single party like in China kind of regime. My question is what you really want is a nationalist regime like the national capitalist regime, like the one that I think they have in China right now, and they also have in Russia, but they have multi-party system, although it's more formal than real, but it does exist. Or do you really want socialism, real socialism?
Okay. No, I don't want a socialism. That is the thing, because socialism, everything that have a good side also have a bad side. Whatever have advantage also have a disadvantage. If we Nigeria go to socialism, the corruption is gonna ruin everything, and the country will not be able to develop and move forward in life. We believe it even right now. Nigeria live like a socialism. No property tax in Nigeria. Okay, you could have like in other country without a property tax. That doesn't exist in Nigeria. So, and then the people from Nigeria expecting government to hand over, you don't have a income tax, property tax, and others. And the people from Nigeria want hand over from government. Okay, they want government to give them some, but without what are they going to do for government?
You want money. You
and
want
the one that in the rules. See, Nigerian before the discover of resources in Nigeria, oil and gas, Nigeria was better place in safe. Nigeria was better than now when they discovered oil and others. Without the oil, Nigeria know how to work and do things better. So now everybody's now fighting to get rich in Nigeria. Corruption is like never before. I believe, to my own view, Nigeria is the most corrupted country in the world. In my own view, I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay, Nigeria was so bad that you don't know. If you never live there, you won't know.
Yeah, and you think magically we need to the formula.
Can I once? That was a question I was trying to ask. Is it not because Africa is a rich area because their resources, and that the Western countries or a lot of countries trying to get used to the weakness of the, I don't want to say of their army, of their governments, to take all these resources and just fuck around with these countries in Africa that are amazing.
No, see, like I say, the bigger problem in Nigeria, is that by clinching to the bigger problem in Nigeria is by clinching to all these resources issue. Okay, without the resources in Nigeria, I don't have to put this way. They did have much better.
Yeah, like France.
That's what I say.
For the nuclear ground resources, for the uranium, they're coming from Nigeria, I think.
Niger.
And the thing is that all those things are make Nigeria more lazier. All those resources are make Nigeria lazy. Don't want to work and turn themselves to come socialism. Nigeria is like a socialism country.
But
to be honest with you, because everybody,
socialism is good. Socialism is good for economy.
Mike, America is supposedly the home of capitalism, but even true capitalism is not here in America. Here in America, under true capitalism, nobody pays taxes. Everything is sublisted to somebody to take care of. But the fact that people still pay taxes in America, we still pay tax everywhere else in this free market, they call it. True socialism is impossible either. True socialism is not possible because humanity changes with time.
Let's not mix things. There is a big difference between communism and socialism. They are two different things.
Of course. But again, what I'm trying to say is, in both situations, there will never be a perfect situation where both of them work perfectly. It will never be. This is home of the UK. supposedly American, this European country, they suppose it's free market capitalism. But the true definition, the true what they teach in schools, it should be so perfect that nobody pay any taxes. You should pay any income taxes. But if I still pay income taxes, tells me it's not working yet. When is it going to work? We don't know yet. But socialism, they say, doesn't work. But everywhere socialism goes, they're sanctioned, they're undermined, they're invaded, they are bombed. How is it going to work? Example, Venezuela. Venezuela, it was working in Venezuela until they bombed and sanctioned them. Oh, it doesn't work. Look, they're starving. It doesn't work. Leave them alone. In China, they couldn't invade China. They couldn't destroy China. Some of communist socialism is working in China.
Hold on, wait a minute. You see the system that Venezuela is using is kind of that system that Nigeria are using. Okay?
Well,
Nigerian system is more similar to Venezuela.
Far from it.
No way. No way. No way.
Far from it. Far from
Do
it.
you live here? Do you live in Nigeria? Do you live in Nigeria? Do you live in Nigeria? Do you live in Nigeria?
No, I don't live in Nigeria.
Do you live in Nigeria?
No, I don't live in Nigeria.
Okay.
No,
So you never live in Nigeria. You never live in Nigeria. So you
The
understand
system is very, very different.
You live in Venezuela.
Venezuela is under sanction. Nigeria is not. Nigeria is a puppet of the United States.
We're talking about socialism. We're talking about socialism. We're talking about socialism. Okay? How the government is handing over, giving things out.
Listen. Venezuela is trying to make the country a communist country, not a socialist country. And Nigeria.
No, Venezuela has 80% of the economy in the capitalist system, private property, and has been under the current system for 20 years already. They have not nationalized much. They are doing some social democracy like Sweden was in the times of Olof Palme. That's my opinion.
They're trying to change
of
to
course,
communism.
they are underdeveloped and they have
nationalize everything, Luis.
The thing in Nigeria, I don't live there. I don't live there, but the thing in Nigeria is different.
One at a time. One at a time.
One at a time.
Give me a headache.
It's starting to get disordered now. So try to speak each one of the time. Give each other the chance to talk.
Let's give someone who really knows how to put order here. Waqar, go.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see the debate. I have some experience in, I'm basically from Pakistan, from the African friends. And I have some experience of Africa. I've taught at the University of Zimbabwe for 4 years. The National Defense College, not the University of Zimbabwe. So a little bit of African perspective. And I feel that other than the superpower contest, which is taking place now in the ECOWAS region, it's also to do with some fault line where they are trying to play, especially along the Sahel region. If you connect the entire line from West Africa up to almost Kenya or south of Sudan. So there's also a fault line war that the capitalist system or the globalists would like to ignite and then divide the Africans on two lines. One is, of course, the Arab African versus the original Africans. And then, of course, also faith-based war. Like in CAR, there are faith-based wars also possible. We've seen the split of Sudan, and now there is a civil war in Sudan. So all this, I think, what is happening in ECOWAS, if you look at ECOWAS again, it is divided north-south, starting from, Niger, Mali, and then, of course, Burkina Faso and Benin, I think. And the south, you have slightly larger countries like Nigeria. Demographically, it's a very large country, and we have very good relations with Nigeria. But unfortunately, if Nigeria plays despite that, I think the Senate has passed the resolution that we should not go for military intervention. I think today it was, or yesterday. So they are trying to diffuse the tension and probably looking at diplomatically convince the other side. But it is the first time in ECOWAS, because I know in, like I think for Sanka's time, anytime a leader, rose, there was always a capitalist pushback. And within ECOWAS, again, you are doing of the Francophones and the Anglophones. Like you have, I think, 5 countries speaking French and just are English and Portuguese, and maybe one is Arabic. So this is also a dangerous fault line that they have to take care of. Now, looking at the resources, Mali, I think somebody discussed like Mansa Musa's time was one of the richest countries, and we had built an empire. So Malians have their, I think, nationalism as empire builders, and they are very proud people. Even if you look at the Bantus, civilization emerged from West Africa. So in that sense, I think we have to be very, very careful of what is happening. The worst thing would be that within this pull and push between, let's say, bigger powers, the other fault lines are triggered, and God forbid, North-South gets divided. So I think rationality has to prevail. But unfortunately, if you look at resources like Niger producing, I think almost, I think this is the third largest producer of uranium, and most of it goes to France. And same is true, I think there's a lot of gold and diamond, a lot of countries like Zimbabwe, I know, had a lot of gold and diamond, but they never benefited because of the sanctions. And so the Chinese only helping them. When we were there, they were trying to build up some diamond cutting, workshops where the Zimbabweans would do it. There are a lot of resources. Same is true in South Africa. But also, I think first time there is a Pan-Africanism voice coming up, especially after the summit in Russia. A lot of like Kenyan Ruto, then you had, I think, South African leaders, especially Julius Malema, you have to watch. I consider him to be the next president of South Africa. So there's Pan-Africanism also. But chances are that somebody will trigger the conflict and divide the Africans on these fault lines. Already there is a map of Africa that they want to convert these 60 countries into more than 120 based on ethnicity and tribes. For instance, they will say like in I think South, there was a movement of clash between Shona and Aldamiz in Zimbabwe. Then there is a Zulu nationalism in South Africa versus the rest. So I think that is dangerous. But if Africa can get united, and I feel that this rallying call by northern ECOWAS countries is good, provided Nigerians understand. Because if you look at size of Nigeria, it's very large in terms of demographics as well as military power. So it's the largest military power. So if they can, I think, go for restraint, listen to what is happening in Mali and Niger and I think Burkina Faso, young leadership, and sit together and solve their problem. But there's going to be a capitalist pushback, and they will try to trigger these, I think, fault lines that I have mentioned. So this could be interfaith, north-south between Arab and African, or it could be tribal. So that can be, I think, dangerous. My point is that when you are discussing issues, the current issues, we must take care that there are no wars triggered because of these fault lines. But I have read Africa for last almost 10 years, and I feel that these fault lines are being triggered, especially along the Sahel region. If you look at DRC, very large country, a lot of resources, somehow, now it's being nibbled by the neighbors. So that's my point, that one has to keep cool. I think Nigeria, ultimately, it will be how do they decide, the military and the leadership, if they are pushed and they don't understand that now it's not one country, but almost northern ECOWAS region is united. So I think that's where the Senate has advised them to be sane. They can always talk. But I've seen a lot of popular support from the street for these coups, because they feel even the democracy is not delivered, and they would like, something, the resources being spent on the people. So my take is that Africa has to watch for these fault lines. Thank you.
Yeah,
Well
well,
said.
just to say something to this, in the context of how you say, about this Senate requirement to invade, to go invade Niger. All of a sudden, the Senate have a voice. I don't remember the Senate voting back in to invade Gambia or to invade Liberia or Sierra Leone.
Yeah, they didn't vote.
They
didn't vote.
By the way, Nigeria is not even top 10 largest country in Africa.
No, it's not. No, in size, but in population, it is the largest population.
Population is the biggest. Population is largest. But
economy-wise, I think it's number 2.
Even resources, we are
like Niger. Niger is bigger than Nigeria many times. but the population of Niger can come out of Nigeria like almost 100 times, because Niger is just big, but it's a very small population, very small livable space.
No much resources. It's like Congo. Congo is so fucking big. There's no one there.
What I could say is that Nigerians
Which is
should
very
not
common in
go
Africa.
to Niger. Nigerians should not go to Niger.
Yes.
This is gonna be a big disaster for us at home.
Just don't go there. End of.
The
only reason they want to go is because United States is telling them to.
Yeah, but if they go and failed, there'll be a coup in Nigeria. Any country that goes to that country and failed, they'll have their own coup. Because once the military
not just that. See, this is a region that never see war for almost century. Right? This is a region that never see a war for almost century.
Which region?
Now, if this war, this is what is going on, like a Liberia, like a Sierra Leone, those are like a kind of like a civil war. This is gonna be real war that never happened for almost century. Okay, if this happening, this is gonna be the third world war period.
No.
This is going to be the third world war. If America and China going to collage,
the mic is cutting out.
Can I maybe change a little bit the topic? I am more curious about what you all thinking, how to solve the problem that occurred now in these countries. What do you think as in your opinion, the best solution to solve that the problem that we have now in these countries? With concrete.
My suggestion is this. Leave people alone to kill themselves. Eventually they'll get a sense and they'll solve their own problem.
Yeah.
No matter how much, you can't keep babysitting every time you can't keep babysitting them every time. Let them kill themselves for as long as they want to. One day they will stop killing each other.
I always tell people
my solution is just give them Wagner.
No. I have to tell people always about Uganda that problem they had was right from even during the colonial time when they've always been having that tribal issue, killing one another, until the 1990s when the full disaster of everything that been happening, that when they saw the full reward for all their labor, they had to sit down and rethink everything. So but I have to tell people that Nigeria, if we don't see a catastrophic event happen and then we see how everything failed, I don't think we'll ever come to our senses and say, let us unite to do something.
Because Africa, here's a land that is bigger than almost the whole of Europe. Actually, not almost bigger than the whole of Europe and America combined. And they're expecting to unite almost 1 billion people under one agenda. It's not going to work. And this agenda is not even national. It's not even local to them. This agenda is imported and given to them. So whether it be a form of politics, it be a form of religion, be a form of, it's all foreign to them. Again, people think the capital cities is the countries. No, the capital cities is not the countries. Majority of the people in Africa that don't live in the capital city live in the interiors. No matter what you design in cities, the people in the interior could care less about it. You could put all your laws, all your things in place. Those in the interior, the moment they feel affected by it, they will take up arms against you. All these herds may hear about all these.
If you live in Angola and you wanna make money, stay away from the capital, because there is nothing there. There is nothing at all.
Isn't the capital of Angola quite rich there? There's a lot of rich people there, I heard, in the capital of Angola.
Yeah, if you have money, that's the place for you to live. But if you want to make money, don't stay there, because there is nothing. You're not going to find anything. By the way, Angola is the richest country in Africa when it comes to resources. When it comes to resources, there is no other country close. The closest one is Congo.
In resources?
When it comes to resources,
What about South Africa?
But does that include human resources? Just
say again, Immanuel.
I said, does that include human resource?
No. Of course not. Angola have a very small population.
No, not really. For the population for the other countries, Angola is doing well, 30 million.
Yeah, but I think that some people here have a sort of.
And by the way, Angola is a very big country.
But there's a bit of a problem.
It's not big like Congo, because Congo is twice bigger than Angola, but Angola is really big.
Among a lot of Africans, though, I see this problem, and I see also among pro-Russians. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm pro-Ukrainian. I do support Russia, but there's this delusion, I think, that some people believe Russia is Mother Teresa or Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny coming to Africa to help the African population. That's
Andrew, stop watching BBC. Stop watching BBC.
Andrew,
no,
Russia is older in Africa than Europe is, than West Europe is. Russia has been in Africa longer than West Europe. That's for one. Two, Russia, USSR Russia basically helped Africans whoop Europeans to leave their countries. They never fully left. They left and came back with a puppet.
Not the USSR.
If you know the story about Patrice Lumumba, you're gonna see why Africa can't go their independence.
And
I know.
Okay.
Perfectly, but
for the Congolese, it's Lumumba. For the Guineans, it's Charles de Gaulle. When they're leaving. So if you go to every African country, they have a history of how the Russians helped them beat the French, beat the British, beat the other nationals from the countries. So it could be, or because Russia and US is not the same thing. Yes, in names, but in the people, in politics, in agenda, in ideas, it's the same country. Mother Russia have never changed. It always been Russia. You could change the name to USSR, you could change the name to France if you want to. The people are still the same. Yeah. Trust me, me personally.
I was saying that the countries like speaking English in Africa, they should be more united. But the ones that speak English down south, they no longer listen to the British. No longer. The British don't even mention them anymore.
Once you want,
none of them want anything to do with the UK.
Povo. That's the common side. The government structure is all UK focused.
Have you seen their government?
Yeah. Majority of those government officials are educated in the UK. Majority of this government mentioned. So the government is completely UK focused. The people themselves, right now, every Francophone country, go to the interiors, they could care less who's in charge of this country.
This government in Africa, in South of Africa, all they do is doing business with Russia and China.
What about
there
England?
Is nothing. No, they don't even listen to them anymore. Okay. They don't want anything to do with the UK. Even I think 2 months or 3 months ago, Lukashenko went to
sorry, point of correction, it's China and Indian.
Oh, hey, listen, India always been there. India never left that area.
No, India came
India
to
never left that place.
India never came to integrate.
If you go to South Africa, you're gonna see a big Indian community. They don't even call themselves India. They call themselves South Africans.
Yeah, because out of necessity
they've been there for years.
Out of necessity, they integrated, but India never came to integrate initially. They came to, even somewhere they didn't be in West Africa, but they get kicked out because they just came in, created their own little communities to themselves. Whatever the guy they sent back to India, they never came to integrate with the African community.
No, British brought Indian to South Africa to fight German.
Oh, okay.
And they never left.
Of course, it was more to undermine the population, to have like a because there was India, it was
Zimbabwe,
British control India,
Zimbabwe,
giving out the population.
Tanzania. Yeah, there's a lot. The only place they lost, their place was in Uganda, Rwanda, and stuff. They got killed there.
They didn't get killed, but the guy asked to leave.
Nah, they got killed. If you stay, you die.
Misterlambo
I want to
asked a
answer
very
this.
good question. Oh, sorry.
There are no one in Africa. No one.
Yeah, you asked a very good question for beforehand. What can each individual country do to improve each country in Africa? Because it's never going to be one nation state, right? There's so many different nations. So
I was watching. I was waiting after that these response, but you already. It's starting to get the message because I am starting.
Africa is a continent. Africa is a continent.
Yeah,
Stop treating us like a country. Africa is a continent.
No,
the same way Europe is a continent. Everyone got their land and respect themselves. That's the same way we want Europe to treat us.
Individual country, what they can do. What Misterlambo said is a good.
Just let us be. That's it. If you let us be, we're gonna be fine. Don't tell us that the Chinese are no good for us.
You yourself do to improve yourself. That's what I mean.
Stop telling us the Chinese is not a friend. That's it. Because China is doing something good in Africa.
Okay. Africa is on an island, so we can do everything without any foreign interactions or anything. So we'll have to deal with it. We'll have to deal. No.
That's what I mean. Specific.
The best thing I am proposing. The best thing I am proposing for you all is maybe to look at Wyatt to do a voice chat recording and the panel. When you wait a few weeks to see how everything is evolving, and you can with pre-written questions, you can do very good panel with that. We are doing that with European. I did one yesterday about planes. It's coming soon online. I was not happy about that one, but I think it's a better, happening, not a lot of time. But I think it's better that you all, because you're going to be all member on the Telegram, so give your email address to Wyatt if you didn't do it yet, that you make together with the fixed group an African panel about that subject, about that situation. But I think now, because everything is very fresh what's happening in Niger, so I think it's better to wait a few weeks and look to do a panel together, and you can ask another guest that have knowledge. Oh, Vaun, I'm going to take you now. I'm going to take you. Oh, you want to have war? You're going to have war.
Gonzalo Lira joined.
But it's better that you're doing that in a few weeks' time. You just try to stay serious. To do that together, a big panel with 4 or 6 people, and maybe one expert in the material. And you do pre-recording one. I think it's better. Now everything is too fresh for me.
Yeah, I think
Mr. Lambo, we have Italian here, Belgian, German, French. Which one? Another one? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, you guys can do one about Switzerland because you can do one about Switzerland because Switzerland is everything about these countries.
Okay. Yeah. In the context, just I know what I also trying to say here, but this argument of there's a lot of African groups that have this discussion going on. One of these groups, I was invited to one of the summit they had, talking about one United States of Africa. As I said, I am against a one United States of Africa. That's a ridiculous idea. It's a horrible idea. It's a bad idea. It's just going to be whoever controls that one puppet of a president, you just control the biggest resources in the world, and the rest of it is going to be disaster. If one country alone cannot solve the problem, what makes you think of the entire continent as one country, it's going to be any better? No matter how much Africans are united, you always have corruption. You always have humans is corrupt. So the worst idea you can have is one Africa with one leadership. That would be a nightmare for Africans.
United States of Africa.
Can we?
That'd be a disaster.
Can we let Gonzalo Lira speak for a moment? I think Gonzalo Lira. Why are you laughing? It's serious. Gonzalo Lira, please.
What the fuck?
I mean,
that's
how to do my closing.
Come on, you had me fooled.
So
Who's Vaun? I don't know.
I did the bad painting on my hair.
Gonzalo has a method of copying and pasting. He's another guy that just loves to just go off what he read.
Yeah, I tricked Sarah and all those dumbasses at the SBU, and they thought I was going to Hungary. I didn't.
But yeah, in the case of Niger, I think we should leave Niger alone. They'll eventually find out what's good for themselves. The same way the Europeans leave themselves to their own demise, they figure it out. Leave the Africans alone by themselves, they figure it out. They will figure it out. Eventually, they figure it out. This is 2023. If this state can have all these resources and state can have the things that qualify to be in this current society, they haven't figured it out yet. They will figure it out eventually. When a need arises for those things, they will figure it out. When a need arises to have this the Mandate Charter, they figure it out. When a need arises to have the Mane or the Mane structure they had in West Africa, they figured it out. When the European came and destroyed it, they haven't figured it out yet. When the need comes to figure it out, they will figure it out. But leave Africans alone to figure it out, because all these we here to help them with democracy. Democracy does not work even where democracy said it came from. It doesn't work there. Capitalism does not work everywhere. I'm not aware of a single country that capitalism have taken from rubble to success. I don't know a single country that ever said, democracy has came in for taking on a embrace. Every one of them has some form of other form of thing.
It's working in France.
France.
France is a disaster. Let's talk a bit about France, because France has big problems, not just because of the riots and the many. There has been, since Macron has been in office, there has been almost not a year without protests, major protests, few protests, strikes, and so on. But also they have a problem. We're talking about Niger. Niger is providing uranium, has been providing for decades uranium to France for the nuclear energy system. But the nuclear energy in France is collapsing literally, because the nuclear power plants are too old. They are breaking apart. They are at risk of nuclear or meltdown and things like that. And they have been in the last years, because of that, they have decreased the energetic power, the electricity power of the nuclear source from 75%, which was basically all the electricity of France, and even exporting to nearby countries, and now it's around 30% only. And they have just Macron, who is the one who is privatizing everything in France, has nationalized the EDF, which is the manager of the nuclear power plants.
I live in the UK, and my electricity is from EDF.
To go bankrupt. So
France is exporting
know, it's
all
like
the electricity everywhere.
What
So
can France do about Niger, even if they can't really, if their country is like a complete mess?
Okay, look, in the country of Niger, almost the entire continent of Africa, the only ones that have nuclear capability or nuclear is South Africa. But that's just the entire continent. They produce most uranium comes from Africa, but there's not a single nuclear power plant in Africa. Because again, they had this stupid thing they call the Sandwich Accord. There'll be no anything nuclear in Africa, which is actually another funny thing that I just came to notice. Some discussion having another group that there's most of the African countries. The reason why I had no nuclear power plant, even a power plant, is never allowed because they signed this non-nuclear zone.
South Africa.
In Africa, for some ridiculous reason.
Nuclear power plants.
They did.
I am pretty sure South Africa had in the time of apartheid.
They still have enriched uranium.
Program.
Yeah, they still have enriched uranium. So they still have, but they don't have a functioning nuclear plant. They don't have a functioning one. They still have enriched uranium. They still have in possession.
Okay.
So America been asking them to hand over for a very long time, and they refuse to hand over. America been asking for it to give it, but they refuse to give it to America. But anyway, the entire continent of Africa has enough resources to provide. Nobody can develop without electricity. I don't know a single society that develop without electricity. And Africa needs electricity, and they have all the resources. They have the hydro capabilities, they have the solar capabilities, they have the nuclear capabilities. But of course, with all these stupid agreement they signed to remove themselves from things that could benefit them, because again, in the long run, how can Niger supply a power plant in France but cannot build a nuclear power plant in Niger to supply? The fact that Nigeria had to supply Niger power is actually embarrassing. That's the corruption I'm talking about. They did in Nigeria get pissed off enough.
That's what I said. We need to stop listening to the West countries, because these people, come to your country and start saying shit like,
"Oh yeah,
you are
now
better than these people," and then
now
go to the same people and say
now it's going
the
green.
same shit.
The new nonsense is going green.
Yeah,
Once the family land,
they're trying to sell green energy to Africa. What the fuck? Which country in Africa need green electricity? Which one?
Yeah, which one
And
is
for
it?
what? They
Well, the
in
question
Europe,
was
they don't
the
even
issue
work
of
that shit.
green electricity is
They don't
is
even work
partly
that shit
because
in Europe.
it's not just because of the climate change and all that, also, but all the resources of fossil and nuclear energy, uranium included, are supposed to get finished in decades, around 2070 or more or less, depending on the resource. So it's a question of long-term planning also. And I know that Namibia and South Africa, at least, are heading towards some degree of green energy and to produce green hydrogen. It works or doesn't, I don't know. India also is doing that to some extent. I don't know. They are looking to that. It's not a question of listening to the West. The West sometimes says, the Westerners sometimes say, don't do, but they say things.
My level of study
Namibia,
is
Namibia.
confused.
You mentioned Namibia.
I don't understand.
Namibia is a country.
I don't understand. I don't understand about nuclear power, but for me, I don't understand this whole green thing. But my study is computer science. So to basically answer to ask this question is, what right now in this world we have is more green than the nuclear energy. I don't think of anyone that's more green than nuclear energy.
Question, what is green? Nuclear energy produces accidents, produces residues, a lot of residues that are not
compared to coal, compared to and other sources. If you compare them, which one is more green for the environment? I don't know this. I'm just asking this question.
Is a disaster. Nuclear energy is a disaster. The nuclear power plants have a limited time of existence. I don't know how it's said in English, but they can only operate in theory 20 years. Usually they are extended to 40 years, but they cannot operate anymore because they get the radiation of the nuclear energy itself destroys the whole plant. It's not just toxic for humans and animals and plants. It's also toxic for materials that destroy the concrete, the steel.
What
we do with all the residues other than storing them in I don't know where? Because in the United States, for example, they have a huge problem of residues and they are just storing them in the open air in a place called Hanford site I think it's in Idaho or Wyoming or some place like that. And it's a total nightmare. And even a developed country like Japan was absolutely shameful about how it dealt with Fukushima. I was astonished. I don't know. It's very dangerous. It's very dangerous.
If that was that bad, France would get rid of that ages ago.
Can I ask a question? So what do you replace it with? What do you replace it with?
Nuclear.
Because nuclear power plant
Well,
is the engine who is. Wait, let me just ask my question. Because nuclear power plant is the engine who is producing the most energy for the lowest cost and is one of the safest in the world.
Yes.
So the wind energy, the water energy is not comparable to any one nuclear power plant. So maybe you can say it's dangerous, it's hazardous for the environment.
It doesn't work because
you would not. Just let me speak. You spoke all the time, bro. Just let me finish my sentence. But it's very simple, man. The nuclear power plant is from the cost and from the energy produced is the most. So what do you replace it with? Because I understand we can turn off all of them like Germany did, and then they redid coal instead. And that's much more polluting than actually nuclear power plants. So what do you replace it with?
Let's see. One, nuclear power plants have to be closed. That's I already said, and it's unavoidable in time. Second, my opinion on what to replace. We're going to have to replace our descendants, because we will all be dead by then, but our sons, nephews, nieces, and great daughters will have to replace their
we know you can talk about China. How come Drew is
There's
here?
not going to be any more oil, any more gas, or even any more coal, and certainly there will be no more uranium. That's it. It's going to be to end. Second,
So
nuclear power plants. Let me speak now. Nuclear power plants have to be built, and they have to be decommissioned. They have to be removed and all those things, and they need specific conditions. For example, you cannot build them in earthquake-prone areas, or you need water to cool them. It's very important, and so on. And the water gets somehow polluted to some extent, either by heat or by radiation or by both, and so on. It's problematic. You cannot build nuclear plants like mushrooms. And finally, there was a guy who actually did a study on this issue of nuclear power, and he found that if you were to produce all the energy that the world consumes in that day, that would be 10 years ago or so, with nuclear, you will have to build and decommission a nuclear power plant every single week. And that's crazy. And what do you do with the residues? And what happens when the uranium is, of course, the uranium wouldn't last 50 years, but it would last 10 years. And there will be no more uranium anymore, because the uranium used for nuclear power plants is used and you cannot reuse it. Well, you can use MOX.
You didn't answer my question. Drew, go on.
Okay. I think a lot of this the discussion has been very, from my perspective, very extremist. Like just now, you all talk about like, oh, should it be socialism or capitalism? You know, those are both extremist views. If it's 100% socialism, it's an extremist kind of case. 100% capitalism, extremist kind of case. Should we have nuclear power plants? No, that's an extremist point of view. Should we have nuclear power plants? Yes, that's an extremist point of view as well.
I'm an extremist.
You should never.
I think I'm radical. Not extreme, not so much extremist, but radical. I think that I go to the root of the issues. But anyhow,
yeah. So from my perspective, you need some nuance in this thing, right? So I used to work in renewable energy. I built a renewable energy power plant in Thailand, right? So you cannot just have one kind of energy. Nuclear is good for certain cases. Wind is good for certain cases. Solar is good when you have a lot of less clouds, and coal is good for you need base power and you have the goods. And to say that nuclear is always bad and you cannot build them like mushrooms, China is currently building 24 nuclear power plants.
That it doesn't work.
Right now, China is building 24 nuclear power plants.
Solar is not good. Solar is not good for nuclear. That's why you say.
And they just commissioned a commercial nuclear power plant that's run on thorium, not uranium.
No.
So
that doesn't work.
Technologies are advancing.
No, that's a myth. Thorium needs uranium.
No, it's running.
It's a myth. It's a myth. Thorium needs uranium.
No. Uranium is a byproduct of the thorium reactor. After
no. Thorium to produce the thorium, you need uranium.
That's what. Let Bruce speak, please.
And also, this is the reason why not a single country has adopted the thorium technology, because it doesn't really work.
China has operating.
Let's finish.
Already running.
Okay, my question is this. My question for Luis is this: Which power plants last for more than 50 years? Cold. Which one of them lasts longer than 50 years?
Hydro.
Non-existing. Hydro. But you need to change engines also. So the building itself stays.
Yeah, you need to. So, of course, every power plant you need to.
If you are talking about decommissioning after 30, 40 years, I think the same amount. I think hydro. Let's say the same. Let's say you build a hydro power plant, you build a nuclear power plant. I think nuclear will supply more power over time than hydro.
No, you need both. If you have a big river, build a dam, and you have hydro, but you don't have a big river.
And hydro has to supply water to the. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to get at is this: he was talking about decommissioning the nuclear power plant after 30, 40 years. I say the same thing. Even a coal power plant has to be decommissioned eventually. Okay, it doesn't go on forever. All these things have to be replaced or recommissioned and upgraded over time. So the reason my argument is this: Africa have a bunch of hydro capabilities. There's none. Whenever the construction go into phases, corruption, war happen, they get paused. Sometimes lasts 40, 50 years, stay incomplete. It go from different coup d'etat, different administrations, it go incomplete. Nuclear power plants have the ability, the resources for nuclear power plants. It is not there. Have the resources for wind. Africa is one of the most vast empty places you can have a bunch of wind. It does not exist. Have a bunch of empty land for solar. It does not exist. So my question was basically, the one thing that I think is more reliable and have less, not maintenance, well, less overhead. That would be a nuclear power plant compared to the wind, because currently there's almost a war between Egypt and Ethiopia because of the hydro being built in Ethiopia. Because again, this is water. Water have people need farms, or people downstream need water for their farms and things. So there's a lot of water resources now. There's a lot of water resources that's needed. There's a lot of water resources there for hydro, but they're in very critical locations that if you temper them, it costs a little safer downstream. The West African region have a river Niger. It's a very huge river. It goes almost to 6-7 countries. It goes flow out of very full force, but still, none of them have ever taken the opportunity to even try to pull a hydro and try to. They want the IT for a hydro company in the US.
The country in front is going to dam it. The country after that is going to invade it. So it's a political if it goes through a few countries, it's dangerous.
And until we solve those electrical problems, we'll still have issues in Africa, because development, so long as Africa isn't developed, there will always be problems. And if you don't have electricity issue resolved in Africa, we're not going to have development. If we're not developing, what happens is that there's 3 things. One of them have to give. Either we'll have electricity without a problem, or we're going to have a problem because we don't have electricity. And it's going to be these 3 things that are going to keep happening over and over. And people are trying to ignore it. And so long these things are not taken into consideration, so we'll have problems in Africa. So.
Yeah, it's a very complex thing. Electricity, I'm going to do it before Waqar, because I think Waqar had certainly a good answer. But if I'm just talking very seriously, if I talking the example from Belgium, so this year we closed in total 4 of the 6 nuclear reactors we have in Belgium. Actually, they went to close all 6, and then they said, "Oh, but you have an energy problem." So we are asking to keep 2 open. Exactly. And they did that also. Yeah, it's crazy. I need to know that Belgium is building big windmills, as building big solar farms, and windmills also at sea. We are one of the biggest countries with offshore wind power technology. We are one of the first ones and one of the biggest ones, also the big windmills. So yeah, for Africa, the solution is pretty easy. For temporary energy, that's like the solar and the wind. Like you say, we have a lot of room for that. It's possible, but you can't have solar in the night, and you can't have wind if there is no wind. So you need always to have backup. And you can't change that by using. Wait, let me speak. You can change that by using an extra gas power plant or another type of power plant to cover that energy loss. What they're also doing in Belgium, and it is also expensive and stupid, they're using very big battery containers that store energy, and with too much wind energy or too much solar energy, and they have too much of the wind or solar, they can give that away via these battery containers. Very big lithium battery containers. I have a friend that is doing that business. I myself a crane operator, so I am very busy with business now. So I also did a road trip in Germany. If you're going to Germany has more than 30,000 windmills. 30,000. Like Upgrade said about the coal mines, that is brown coal mines. These are very big mines, open mines and moving. So they emptying one piece and they fill it up on the other side. So that mine is moving. So they even need to move villages, autobahns. They need to move everything. And at the place that they're filling again up, they're putting windmills on it, they're putting solar power in it, and that is all temporary energy. And that drone coal they're using, but it's very, very polluting. It's disgustingly bad as material that's coming out of the chimneys for the pollution. They're using that drone coal to back up the energy they need. But there's not a solution. First, you have also windmill is not forever also, so you need to change it. It's a fast evolving technology also, so the windmills of 10 years ago compared to now are very different. It's a very complex thing. Plus, these windmills are built from, or the pole is built from concrete or steel, but the windmill blades are basically all built by polyester. A polyester, you can't recycle that. So you need to just put that on a big tape. There are your cities and towns in the world where you have the big stocks of old windmill blades. You just can't recycle that. So you're always going to have some negatively points. Here in Belgium, the solution, because you're afraid to have too less of energy, because we in Europe, we need to all have in 2030 electric vehicles, it's all starting to get crazy because the decisions that the governments do are not logic at all. But what they are saying is, okay, nuclear is dangerous and not good. So we're going to put gas. We're going to put gas plants as new plants to recover the energy we need when you have too less energy, and also to recover the nuclear energy that is gone now. We just have 2 reactors left instead of 6. So they're going to start to build gas plants. Gas is very polluting also. And what they say to the citizens of Belgium, you're not allowed anymore to heat your house with gas because it's too polluting. So what are they saying? Just boost.
Freeze to death.
Really true. You're not allowed anymore to heat up your house with gas and with diesel, with red fuel.
Make a campfire.
For the ecology, building a new gas plant is no problem. We're going to do that because they're knowing they are in shit. So the best solution is build a nuclear power plant. And about that, technology is evolving. Compared to 30 years ago, the technology of nuclear evolved very well. It's a much more controllable material. It's a very more less dangerous material because the technology evolved and they find solutions after their mistakes. And Belgium is really flat. So in hydro, we have a few hydrograms in the Ardennes, but Belgium is flat. So we need to have solutions. The best solution is nuclear. Don't other solutions instead of that. I don't say that every country needs to have nuclear, but there's a good solution for countries that are going to be in shit. But that they don't understand it. Just don't understand. Now, for the moment, France building plants,
breaking up.
The future. So it's
Mr. Lambo, we can't hear you. Your mic is not working.
Okay. Let Upgrade or Drew go.
I think he's mute. Again,
and now?
Again, you try.
You hear me again?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes. So it's just all that energy problematic is just one big mess. It is just one big mess. And who decides the solution? The political. And the politics only going to decide the solution for what is written in their book and what they want to do. They don't going to listen to the citizens, and they don't going to, like Africa, if they're finding a good investor that can put some windmills, that can put some solar plants, you're going to solve a lot of problems, even with a sort of battery pack. Also in Germany, they tested windmills that if they are producing too much energy, so these windmills are put on concrete tubes of like 100 feet, 30 meters high, and there is like a little motor in that tube. And we speak about windmills that produce 6 megawatts each. Megawatts, it's a lot. You don't have that in the United States, you don't have that in China. In Europe, you're very strong in windmills, and you're also building in Europe the best brands. So if they're producing too much energy, they're going to suck water and fill the tube, and they're going to act like the water tower. So when they need again more energy, and there's less wind, with the gravity of the water, they can't make a turbine and to work. They are testing that in Germany. But that is all technology. It is just little things to help solve the problem. It is not a big problem.
Your mic is bad again.
Okay,
your mic is.
I think it goes Upgrade first, then I go, then Drew, and then Mojimbi. Sorry, Upgrade,
somebody
me,
has feedback.
Waqar, Drew, and Mojimbi.
I don't know what my mic is working again or not.
So Upgrade, please.
Yes, it's working. Should I go real quick? Just real quick.
Let
exactly
Andrew go,
what
then
you
Drew,
said.
then Waqar. That's how it went.
That's exactly what Drew said. You need a diversification of energy, right? You don't need to put all your coin on one thing, not put all your coin on one thing. So if you want to transition away from nuclear, what I also agree with, I'm not a fucking crazy lunatic about nuclear power plant. I know the risks and also the waste, what it produces, but you also need to have a plan afterwards. And people, most of the time, they just say, let's get rid of them. Okay, what do you replace it with? Wind and energy, okay, but what is it statistically replacing it or not, what we're consuming? No, it's not. So why are we doing it that fast? Germany is the best example, like Misterlambo said. They quit all of it. They said, we don't want anymore. Then they see that they need again energy because they have a lack of energy. Then they rebuilt coal plants with much more harmful for the environment. And then I don't see any of these green guys going outside and complaining about these coal mines, but they complain about the nuclear power plants. So that's totally nonsensical and makes zero sense. That's all my thing, just very short.
Okay.
Okay, so
You do see. Sorry, I was first. You do see ecologists going against the gold mines in Germany, actually. But anyhow, my things are one. The solution is necessarily going to go, in my opinion, through green hydrogen, because it's yes, it's the only solution to get hydrogen from water. That's what is green hydrogen. And to burn it when the renewables aren't producing enough. That's the only solution. And that's actually improving because it has problems. It has problems, but it's actually improving. For example, there was last year, I think, or 2 years ago, there was an engine that works pretty well, apparently, with 85% hydrogen and a bit of gasoline. So that's the way to go. We need political willpower there. And that's a problem because politicians, as someone say, they are not going to do things. Although, in my opinion, they are not going to do things because they are lobbied by the energy corporations. But anyhow, second issue. We have an issue of over-consumerism, which is the same issue of capitalism ultimately, which is the capitalist has unleashed the capacities of production of humankind. That's brutal. But that has also reached the limits of the planet. That's an issue. And we have somehow, I'm not saying that Africa has to do it. Europe, the United States, the developed countries especially, have to degrow. That's something unavoidable. Everybody has to control somewhat. Not just everybody has to control. We have to degrow. That's unavoidable. We cannot consume that much. We cannot destroy the planet. Just that's it. It's we cannot do it, or we can do it, but we are going to suffer it. And the final issue, I think, the underlying issue of this discussion about nuclear is not really nuclear. It's about Africa, or in general the underdeveloped world, the third world, call it whatever, the global south they call it now, needs to industrialize, needs to take power of their own industry. Instead of exporting, let's say, oil or uranium to Europe or the United States or whatever, and there being refined and used and re-exported as products, for example, plastic products or whatever, Africa or other countries need to do it themselves. Each country or each region needs to take power of their own economy. The economy needs to be, it cannot be deglobalized, probably, but in a full sense, but it has to be more regionalized, more localized, to be more of each area. That was what I wanted to say.
Okay.
I think now goes Waqar, by the way, Waqar, Drew, and Momikiri.
Drew is next.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just highlight Pakistan's case. Very interesting, and I think we use almost 6 to 7 types of energy production, every kind of it. So, if you know the geography of South Asia, especially Pakistan, India, is we are on a slope. So, if you start from 28,000 feet and then you travel 1,500 miles, you are at zero. So, it means you are literally on a slope. The Himalayas are glaciated, so it's a snow-fed area. You don't really need rain, although you need rain, but you have a constant supply of water coming, especially in summer. So the earliest solution was basically water, because abundance of water and slope was available. So large dams. So initially, I think Pakistan started with experimenting very, very clean energy, because I think hydro or hydel is the cheapest, and it has still sustained. Some of the dams which were built in 1960 are still sustaining. You do have to do dredging, cleaning, and then revitalize, or you may raise the bund. So this is one. The other then was, of course, coal. Like in one of our areas, there's so much of coal that it is said it can feed entire South Asia. But still, we don't have a clean technology, as Trump says, clean coal, to really. But now there is an experiment going on to convert coal into diesel. There are some scientists working on that, and maybe, but there are a lot of large reserves. Then is the natural gas we have, which also helps in building. So these are basically thermal power plants, but they are polluting. Solar is the new experiment, because in some of areas are like deserts, very hot, so you can put solar round the clock. And then is the renewable energy, like we are working on biogas for the villages, and also recycling the solid waste in large cities. So they are also putting in for energy. And then is the wind. Wind is now the last. I think this is the latest addition, because some of the areas forms corridors. There's a lot of wind throughout the year. So all mixed, I think. And then of course nuclear. Pakistan is the nuclear power, so they've put a lot of research into energy. So we have 3 nuclear power plants, and fourth is coming up, Chinese, and we are working together to build that. If it is safely handled, the new technology, it is considered to be, I would say, cleanest in terms of pollution. But in case you have something like Chernobyl, then it will have hazards. So you have to have risk, and address that. Now the seventh is the shale gas, which is down below. So half of Pakistan is over shale gas, lot of reserves, but it requires a technology for deep drilling down to 5 miles, and we don't have that. But some American companies, I think, coming. So there has been, but the decision making by the politician is very interesting, because it's not only internal, let's say, conflict between different areas within Pakistan, but also international. Like in case of Pakistan, we share rivers actually originate from Tibet, which is China, and they pass through India and then Pakistan. And we have division of water also. Rivers have been divided. Like eastern rivers are with India and western rivers are with us. So there's always an international dimension to energy production. Whenever India is building some energy, dam or a hydraulic structure, there's an objection. So we have a system of commissioner who go and inspect each other. And now China is building this is going to be the, I think, largest energy production on one of the rivers, which actually feeds India and Bangladesh, becoming an international issue. But it has potential of, I think, 6,000 megawatts, something like that, maybe 10,000 megawatts. So this is also international. Like one of the river coming from Afghanistan enters Pakistan, passes through mountains, it has potential for hydropower. But then Afghanistan objected that. And there's a lot of fighting within the states in Pakistan, because the lower riparians would always object to politicians that you are drawing or storing water, the upper riparians. So there's a fight. And then is the politician has to satisfy, let's say, it comes for 5 years, the prime minister, that what I have done for energy. So he will try to go for shortcuts, like a lot of thermal power plants came up. We also had 2, 3 Turkish ships, who had large generators. They were producing electricity for some of the cities when there was a shortage. And then there is a lobbying, because high-tech companies who do solar or wind, so they have monopoly, so they could lobby and come up with a lot of stories that this thing will work and that is clean and this is not clean. So there's a lot of, I think, that aspect also. And there is growing population. In case of Pakistan, it's now almost 250 million. So there's always need for, extra energy. So you try to fill it up, and next 5 years you realize that there is more energy required because the industry has to come up, water is required, and energy is required. So I think it's a mix of different things, but these are some of the factors that somebody wants to learn. Pakistan has done it in all the fields.
All right. I got 4 things now. As you guys talked, I collected more and more things to say. So.
Oh, Drew. Okay, can I say something, because you work in that field? Can I say something that you can just add our own together?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because you work in that field. Because I'm just talking based off what I'm seeing here. The same discussion came up during the Russia-African summit when the Burkina Faso guy mentioned about Russia building nuclear power plants in Africa. He mentioned that to Russia, like, we need these things in Africa. Then we had some group or some other group on some forum, and we had the same discussion. All of a sudden, the West care about the environment and care about going green. We have not even started yet. Then you want to go green. That's our first question. When did you guys start caring about environment? Is it when we want to start coming up, or is it forever? That's one. 2. Belgium. Someone mentioned Belgium earlier. During our same discussion, Belgium came up. Belgium is smaller than Guinea in population and size. They have 2 of how many nuclear power plants he said earlier. Guinea have none. So if they can shut down, they can shut, because again, they don't have. I don't think they have that need for that much nuclear power plants anyway. Or if anything, we're just net exporting energy. So my question becomes is, when do you guys start caring about the environment? And that's one of Africa's main issues with African youth that people don't understand. Whenever Africa want to do something, for the environment, for this reason, for that reason, for that reason, when did you start caring about those things? Is it after we want to do it, or is it because you've always cared? Because if you're always cared, you've been doing it forever. All of a sudden you want to care. So this is our issue. Our issue is nuclear, because I think for us, the reason I push, of course, we have to have a diversity of energy. I 100% agree. But the reason we are pushing for nuclear, because I think for the initial phases to go to solar is very complicated, and hydro somewhat manageable. But solar, again, Africa has enough sun for solar, but it is very complicated technology. The storage, they need to store that energy. No matter how much solar you have, if you cannot store it, it's of no use. So where are you going to get the material to store it? Lithium, right now the lithium battery, something right now is kind of like, it's still getting there. For hydrogen, I think it's a time bomb. Hydrogen is very unstable. And so I think nuclear, hydro, and wind, I'm going to push for. But anyways, that's just my own little take on that. I don't have much knowledge on this field at all. But yeah, Drew, you can go ahead.
Okay, so now I got 5 things. Can I go?
See?
All right. So to answer Momiyini's question about why it's just hypocrisy from my perspective. I don't see any other. Yeah.
That's
so
our point.
I don't know. Yeah. Sure. So I have no other input on that. To correct something that Misterlambo said, that 6 megawatts is very, very big for wind. No. China largest wind turbine currently is 16 megawatts, 16.
Yeah. Also
China has
from Denmark, also 15.
Yeah, China has more wind installed capacity than all of Europe plus the US combined. It has 300,000 megawatts of wind installed running. So it's
big country also.
If you sorry.
Big country also, but and
it's
if
a
you look
continent.
at one windmill and average of power they produce as Europe bigger.
The size of China is basically the size of Europe if you look at it geographically. China is just a combined Europe, so it's like it's a continent. Yeah. So and the other thing was hydrogen. Louis brought up hydrogen. It's still a very theoretical technology. Saying that hydrogen is the way forward is like saying fusion is the way forward. It's okay. Power generation is not as simple as, this is a good idea, then we go and do it. It might work in a small case study, or it might work in a small project, but to bring it to scale is a very, very big hurdle that many technologies cannot get through. Plus, hydrogen has one big problem. It blows up. So either when you transport it via ammonia, or when you store it in tanks at the site, one missile and the whole thing explodes. It doesn't burn; it explodes. It's not a safe power generation. I mean, if you throw a missile at like what Russia has been doing, you throw missiles at the turbine halls of the Ukrainian, coal-fired power plants, it's not going to blow up. It's going to destroy the turbines, and that's it. You throw a missile at a hydrogen plant, the whole thing is going to go boom. It is not a safe technology, not even close right now, and not scalable right now, right? So the last, two more things. The thing Waqar said about Pakistan and India has a lot of deserts, therefore you can put solar in it. That's a big misconception. Solar deserts are very bad for solar, because a big problem with the solar power plants, you need a clean surface for the panels, and deserts tend to have a lot of wind, and when the wind blows past them, it scratches the surface of the panels. So efficiency drops very quickly. So it's not good. You have to kind of block out the sand, and so
the dust. Yeah.
And the dust and the maintenance, and also deserts tend to be quite far away from population centers where you need the power. So the transmission losses are huge. So that's why you don't typically see, unless some place like Las Vegas where it's a desert, but it's not. It doesn't, it's not like a real desert. There are plants and shrubs around. There's not a lot of sand blowing across, and it's near a population center, so you can actually use the power, right? That's why you don't see a lot of large solar power plants in deserts. You see them in China has a lot on lakes and whatnot, right? So the last thing is a point of my own. I think this whole discussion about which power source is better is wrong. That's the wrong direction to take. It's about which power source can you afford, which power source do you have the technology for, which power source do you have the natural geographical features for. You have a big river that nobody else uses, damn it, and you have hydro. You have a lot of open fields with not a lot of wind and what? Sure, solar. Even in the Nordic countries, you can have solar because it's not about the amount of sun you get, it's more about the amount of radiation you get, right? And so it's about what you have, and then you try to use what is available. And you cannot just think about, I want to save the earth, therefore I'm going to shut down this bad power. The objective here is not about saving the earth. The earth is good, it's fine. When all the humans die out, the earth will still be around.
Will still regenerate.
We're trying to save the human race that's living on the earth. So if you are taking a route that's going to kill off the human race to save the earth, that kind of defeats the whole purpose, right? So what you need is a plan. So okay, I got to quote China again. What are they doing? They have the most hydro, they have the most wind, they have the most solar, they have the most nuclear of every country. They also have the most coal. They don't shut down they don't turn off their nuclear and then build coal, or they don't turn off their coal and build wind. They build everything, and then when they realize they're over capacity, they turn off the one that is maybe turn off the coal-fired power plant. It's still there when they need it. It's still there, and then when their demand goes up, they can turn it back on. But they build everything, and that's what you need. That's what all countries need. You need a combination. So if the wind stops blowing, you still have solar. If the sun doesn't shine, you still have coal. When the coal runs out and there's a supply problem, you have uranium. The uranium runs out, you have thorium. You need a diversified supply, and so that you don't run into problems when you have supply shortages. If Niger gets invaded or cooled and you run out of uranium, you still have your wind, you still have your solar, and that's what you need. And what all this means is jobs, lots of jobs for lots of people who work in diversified energy industries, and also a stable grid for your country. That's what you cannot shut down one and then that's just dumb, right? So that's why.
I was just going to say, along with what Drew was saying, I mean, I look at green energy as a scam. I mean, it's basically rich Western countries coming up with all these environmental reasons to limit developing countries from basically having their industrial revolution progressing or modernizing. Because, I mean, honestly, if all these rich countries really cared about saving the world and humanity, they would do exactly like what Drew's saying. They would be working with the different regions and finding ways to put in the power that works best for that area for those people. If it's nuclear, hydro, solar, whatever. But what do we? Oh, you can't have this. You can't have that. And in the West now, they want to tax people to drive a car or home. So, I mean,
Yeah, Phil Gonzalo, your mic. Phil Gonzalo, your mic is.
Your mic is not working, Phil Gonzalo.
I think I think a wig off.
It's like a
I take this opportunity to talk. One, nukes do explode or at least melt down. That has a problem. Hydrogen might blow up, but it's not going to pollute everything with radiation, to what Drew says. This is because hydrogen is a great fuel. It's much better than gasoline or whatever. It also needs some security, of course. One thing is you compare hydrogen, which is already feasible to some extent at least, to fusion. Fusion is mythical, absolutely mythical. You cannot do fusion on Earth. Stars do fusion because they get energy from gravity, and that's the only reason. I think people who have looked at it seriously agree that fusion is basically the emperor's new clothes tale, which, if you don't know it, is about some tailors making known clothes, getting a lot of money and resource, and making nothing at all. And when people saw the emperor naked, they told them, no. Only stupid people think he's naked. Smart people think he's dressed. And everybody said, yes, the emperor is so beautifully dressed, and so on. And that's fusion. It's a scam. Basically, a lot of people is living off fusion. And another thing I wanted to mention about what Drew said is that big dams, hydroelectric, is also a big problem. That's why nowadays is more focused on the smaller dams. And it's not just an ecological problem, it's an economical problem. For example, the case of the Aswan Dam in Egypt and Sudan, which displaces a lot of people, of Nubians. It was basically a genocide of Nubians. Produces energy, yes, but has stopped the flood of Egypt. And now, and for decades already, Egypt has been importing fertilizers from all the world just because they don't get the flood as they did historically. So it's a big hydro is also a problem. Of course, you have to take a lot of elements of account. I'm not saying that you don't have to make decisions, and decisions are difficult sometimes, often, but it has problems. That's it.
Okay, I'd like to respond on this. Fusion is not the only comparison. Hydrogen is like tidal power. It's like fusion. It's like magma power. It's all of these are theoretical and kind of work. And to say that fusion is a scam and fusion doesn't work. It's like dialing back the clock 100 years and saying fission doesn't work. We haven't discovered how to do it.
No. That's a simplified version. There are physical issues. You need energy to create fusion, and stars do it because they get the energy from their own gravity, their own weight. And that's not available on Earth.
I let you finish.
You can do fusion, but you have to induce energy. You can blow a fusion bomb, but you have to put uranium in order to create an implosion and force that fusion.
I think it's going nowhere.
Could you give me the same courtesy? Thank you. Okay, so Fusion works. We know it works because that's what the sun does. We haven't figured out how to work it on Earth yet. Doesn't mean we're never going to. And if we never try, we're never going to get there. So, and I also disagree with Vaughn's statement that the green energy is actually like a big scam. It's not. It's when you push green energy only, that's a scam. But green energy is good.
That's what I mean. Good. That's what I mean, Drew. Yeah. I think it's used to against.
Yeah, if you solar is good, hydro is good in the right circumstances. Wind is good in the right circumstances. You need to have a lot of nuance in this. You cannot just say, "Oh, hydro is bad because it floods the guys behind it." Sure, if you do proper planning and you I don't know, you can let the river flood once a year or something. I guess you can make something that is a net positive. Sure, some people that is living in the area that gets flooded, of course they're going to get pissed off. Then you need to give them a property that is of the same value somewhere else or something like that. So it's about trying to again do the best.
Find the middle.
Yes, find the middle, right? So we need practical solutions, not dream solutions like hydrogen.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm being practical.
No, hydrogen is just too young. We need to wait.
From water and water is almost everywhere.
There is no full-scale commercial plant.
Not yet. That we have to focus on building it.
So, for example, I'll give you another example from a different industry. So, in Singapore, we get a lot of our clean water from reverse osmosis of seawater. It's a commercial technology already, and we have a few plants in Singapore because Singapore lacks water because we're such a small island. But it's not practical for most countries in the world because these plants are shit expensive, right? So we cannot then say, hey, these are good. There's seawater everywhere. Why doesn't every single country in the world, that has that has water problems, put this in? You'll be stupid if we said that. It works for us because we have the resources to build these plants and maintain them and run them. Great, but we shouldn't say for others it is good. So every country needs to look at what they have and and then work from there. And hydrogen is not something that is implemented yet. Sure, we
not yet.
Look into
but,
it.
But,
we should look
but
into
the question is that
look
10
into
years
future,
ago,
look into all of this. And if we can get it up and running, great. But in the meantime, people still need power. People still need to live. We cannot just turn off all the nuclear power plants and say hydrogen. But where's the hydrogen? It's not there yet. When it comes up,
there yet. It is there already, more or less. The question is, nobody is really investing in it.
No,
I'm saying South Africa, Namibia, and India are investing in it.
One commercial plant.
It's too complex for the moment.
Not one.
But that's because there is no investment. And one thing, 10 years ago, it was almost impossible to work with hydrogen because the ratios were horrible. But now there are ratios that work, more or less. But still nobody is investing in it because there is a lot of interest in oil and nuclear.
No, that's not true. That's not true. They're going to start giving that first at ships, at trucks, at trains. That's going to be the first one who really going to start to use hydrogen. And
you can now.
In 20 years. The rest is talk for in 20 years. But they're going to start in small things because it's more safer to work like that. And I think for the energy solution, it's smarter to use them first on ships, and they're going to do that first on ships. Now the ships are more and more going to LNG powered, and the future is going to be probably hydrogen because it's much safer to get them safe in a ship than somewhere else to transport.
Because of inertia and because of interest of the oil and gas industry.
Yeah, of course.
The question is, you could make those ships work on hydrogen. Of course, you need a transition, of course, but you could do that almost already. Basically, you just need political willpower, but there is no political willpower because one, the US dollar is pegged to the oil and has been for 50 years already. Second, a lot. There are a lot. It's not just the USA. Russia obviously is an exporter of oil and gas, and also has the same interest of not transitioning. The ones that have interest in transitioning are the ones that they should have interest in transition are the countries that have no fossil fuel or no uranium. And those are, for example, Europe, China, India, that kind of countries that have, or subcontinents, or call it whatever, that have limited resources. Those are the countries that should focus on developing the whole package of renewables, including green hydrogen.
Yeah, but it's can I end? Yeah, he's right. Drew is right, and it's me. Yeah, but can I stop the topic? I just want to ask because I was coming late in the open mic. Yeah, do we really need to talk about that because it's just future talk for me?
Can I say one thing? I just want to say that if you sure you can implement it now, but if there's a car or ship that's run on hydrogen, and I know that, I'm never getting on. You bang into another car, your car is gonna blow up. It explodes. It's not like petrol.
No, it's the same like saying never go to underground parking when you have electric cars that's busy charging, because if that's going to take a fire, you're going to have a big problem. But
I'll give it 10 years.
We need to give the chance to technology to evolve. Yeah, but we need to give chance to the future to prove the studies and improvement about hydrogen. I see it like a future thing, but it's too early to talk about that. It's too new. So you're going to see about it. But I missed the open mic for a big time, and the open mic is already almost closed. Did we talk about Ukraine during the open mic today or not? Important things or not? What was say
not
during
important
Yeah, I saw something about rain, but
we talked about Ukraine winning.
Yeah,
yes.
They broke the line.
Really?
Yes, of course. Lot of lines.
Still
Yeah.
making line.
So I was just want to talk about the new. It was a very special one last night about Russia playing with their cruise missiles. I think what I'm saying is the tactics they use in the cruise missiles now have been diverted by flying. So they're sending to Kiev, and actually after a moment they're changing directly of course. And it was also one of the biggest launches of the whole war, I think, from the cruise missiles, from the KH-101s, the 55s, the same by the Bears. So it was a very interesting thing to notice. And also the thing I want to notice is don't poke a bear because he's going to send bears to you. And it was because I watched the news today and they only talked about 2 ships being destroyed the last couple of days, and it was such a funny thing.
Fake news, Misterlambo. Those are fake. Russia ran out of missiles in March last year. Those are fake.
But we know that they still have some shadows because they sent storm shadows today also. So that's an important thing to see that Russia destroyed one base, but they have other places when Sukhoi 24 is still active, still playing with the storm shadows. So it was an interesting one to see. So yeah, if you want to talk about real propaganda, fake propaganda about Ukraine, let's go. I'm going to say for the rest of the time. I don't know if you agree with me.
Martin, is this about Ukraine and Russia? Why does Russia have all these missiles? Why does it only use them after to react to something Ukraine did? If you need this ammo depot was here, why didn't you bomb it before Ukraine bomb your ship?
Because they have time.
You have time. So basically, let's say Ukraine have a weapon depot here a week, and they've been bombing you for a week, killing your people for a week. You only keep your missile to bomb that depot until after they strike your ship.
But it also happened yesterday as they moved their planes. So they did 3 strikes, 3 rounds, and they had time to move certain planes.
You cannot use human logic on orc logic. No, orc logic is different.
I think so because my mentality is this: you need this airplane existed, you need this airfield existed, you need this ammo depot existed. Why you only bomb them when you couldn't do something to you? Why does it bomb them the moment you discover them?
Russia is playing safe for first thing. Russia is playing very safe. So they're not going to destruct anything that they don't know for 100% they're going to they're going to be sure about what it is. So if they're seeing actively Sukhoi 24 because these things are moving around,
the
they
military
can
can
move
talk
them
about this
from
one.
airport to airport.
I'm not military, so as I said, I can use normal logic on this topic.
Yeah,
and
I
100%
know,
agree.
I know. I understand you completely in that regard, but I think already about that for a long time, and we concluded that Russia is actually not in a big hurry, and they are not even using the best weapons every day. Yeah, they're using when need to. When they need to, they're going to. It's very strange, but it's not the typical warfare like we are used to be. And Russia is just, they have all these Ukrainians coming to them, and they're just destroying them when they're coming. They don't need to push, they don't need, they are safe, you're on the sofa waiting them to come. It's a big talk. It's shit what I'm doing. It's coming
Russian
like
citizen,
that.
I found it very offensive
you
that you
also
have to
have to
sacrifice
consider.
people. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Drew. Sorry.
You also have to consider that Russia isn't really fighting its biggest enemy now. It needs to conserve its resources when the biggest enemy shows up, and that's NATO. So it cannot just shoot off all its missiles and then realize that it's run empty when the NATO armies really come in. So it needs to be conservative in its expenditure of its missiles.
Yeah.
And you also cannot assume that Russia knows everything. Sure, they have satellite photos, they can see top down, they can see there's a warehouse there, but they don't know what's inside. Sure, they can then get a guy to go and look, but you know, you cannot assume they know everything. They are gonna miss some things. Ukraine is a huge country.
True,
Yeah,
but
so
once they bomb,
mixture of these things, I think.
the places the bomb.
The other
after
thing you
an
got to
incident,
take into account too is I mean, at this point, the Russians are shooting missiles at whatever they want to, and they're dropping bombs on whatever they want to bomb. The problem is they probably, how many targets are they not shooting at? Because the bigger depots that are west and stuff. I mean, the farther west they go, the better the air defense is. So they're not going to waste 10 missiles trying to hit a target with a low chance of success, maybe in the west, when they can hit these other targets here. And it's like 70 missiles here, 80 missiles here. I would assume the majority of them are getting through, despite what Ukraine says. But either way, I mean, if they need glide bombs, they drop glide bombs. If they want to use Onyxes from the ships, they use the ships. They use the bombers. I mean, I really don't think there's a problem with anything other than maybe they don't have enough planes to bomb all the targets they got, or they've got to take in consideration, targets they can hit and succeed versus targets they can just waste missiles trying to get. And they're not going to, I'm sure they're producing the missiles at a reasonable rate, but at the same time, like Drew said, they're not going to just waste them willy-nilly. They got to keep them back. So, I mean, I don't think there's any issue with them shooting whatever they want at whatever they want. I think it's just they don't have enough platforms to shoot it, and they're not going to waste them trying to hit targets that are too well defended.
No, my question was basically this. Why they shoot when they shoot it is when they shoot is my problem. Why do they shoot it? Okay, again, whether it's a good intelligence or bad intelligence, eventually they shoot something when something happened to them. Why do you have to wait so long to shoot it? That was my main question. And whether it be in Odessa, it being in the West, it being in Libya, it being anywhere in Ukraine, why do they always have a target to retaliate against after an incident happened to them? Why didn't you hit it before the incident happened? That's the part I am trying to understand.
Yeah, but you also
have a little bit of
sometimes you don't want to let
a little bit of survivorship bias here. So they've shot a lot of things, and then you see some explosions, but you don't see the explosions that happen that they prevented by shooting all those other things. Maybe if they haven't shot all those things, there would be a lot more explosions on Russia's side. So you what you are seeing is survivorship bias. So you only see the explosions that happen on Russia's side based on how much damage they've already done.
And the other thing is too is there might be targets that they're watching that they want to hit, but they're going to wait and see if it gets to be a better target. I mean, they might know there's a warehouse there, but they might want to wait till they see leopards get dropped off or something else. Then they bomb it. I mean, they want the Ukrainians to think they're safe. I mean, so they get complacent because that's when they get them. I mean, it's as simple as that. I mean, they're not. I mean, they could have probably bombed every airfield in the whole country, but there's probably some they leave alone to wait until they land planes there, and when they land planes there, then they'll attack it because the Ukrainians have to play hopscotch with everything they've got.
I have an analogy for that. So in Singapore police, there's always like illegal gambling or something illegal that's going on. The Singapore police do not immediately go and catch them. upon the first intel, or even when they have evidence, they will wait for them to earn the money first, so that they have money to pay for the fines, and so that they can get all the as much money as possible. So it's something like this. You allow the Ukrainians to store up. Once you have intel, then you start to monitor. Then once you get into a critical size before they're going to ship out to another place, they hit it. It could be that kind of situation. So, but like I said, like they say, it's basically depends on intel as well. But you do not have to waste every single missile to hit every single target, no matter how small, because these missiles are very expensive. That's why they have Garand for the cheaper stuff.
Yeah,
but
I understand all of that point. My own point is why that target all of a sudden becomes viable, becomes a target after something major happens. Like what is the this probably like the highest missile strike they've ever had. What does it have to be? Always when something happens, then all of a sudden this target becomes so viable. If again, it's possible they didn't hit many in this trip, in this rounds. It's possible again, as I said, they didn't have any clear intelligence. If they have to hit a target, the next day after an incident, obviously they had intelligence verified before they hit it. Why didn't they hit it before the incident?
Or maybe they don't have the missiles. They are still
Okay, well let upgrade go. Let upgrade go.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
And then Luis.
Do you hear me? Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. To this point about why they don't react faster, let's not forget what Ukraine is shooting down, or what Ukraine is destroying. Compare what Russia is destroying. It's much more important what Russia is destroying at Ukraine, because they have limited resources. They need to beg all the time for new shit. Russia already has 200 tanks ready. You shoot 100 down, they have again 200 ready next year. So the attritional warfare is going on, and that's basically it. They don't want to use a missile like most of the guys said, right? Because somebody said, oh, maybe there is some ammunition depot, or maybe there is some guys there, Ukrainian officials important. No, they target and they use their resources wisely, and that's what you need to do in a war, right? Not shoot everything at once and then you're here naked and you don't have anything to rebuttal if in case something goes wrong. It's simple.
I don't think my question is clear, but okay, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that you always see this in, not just in like wars, but in diplomacy as well, where you always leave open a window for retaliation. You always leave open a window for like, oh, if you do something, that I have you by the balls over here. So like you don't expel all of your diplomats, right? Even though that the embassies where the spies are gathering, right? That's happening, and you still don't expend all the diplomats because you leave that as a nuclear option for when you do have to expel the diplomats. The Russians still have a nuclear option where they bomb the SBU building, right? What if they bomb what if they actually bomb somewhere where Zelensky is, right? One of his like safe houses and stuff. There's a lot of places to escalate that they have. We want to leave those paths to escalate open, so that because there's a lot of things that the Ukrainians could do to escalate as well that the Russians also wouldn't want to have to do. So you have to play this game.
It might be a matter of them, like you're saying, you're asking why they hit these particular targets. It might be just them letting them know that was a target. Because I mean, think about it. They probably think, oh, this is safe, or this is safe, or oh, we got them fooled, and then all of a sudden something gets blown up that they thought was safe. I mean, it could be a matter of just sending a message like, you're not safe. You can't hide anything anywhere. If you think we don't know about it, we know about it. Because, like I said, they might let it sit they might have targets that have been watching for a year, and they're just waiting for that day that the right dude shows up with the right truckload, or the right guys in the limo show up, and then boom, it's done. But that's what I think is going on with that.
Okay, Luis, now I have one more question.
I have a well, all what you all said is more or less correct. I think there is another issue here. Russia is taking a quite laid back attitude towards the war. It's biding its time, so to say. Yes, and I think that relates to the overall Cold War, so to say. Ukraine is not that important. It's important. Ukraine is important, but it's not that important in the big picture. It's more of a pretext in many senses. For the USA, it's a pretext to get Europe well tied and subjugated and buying their own gas or other stuff instead of Russian or whatever. And for Russia, it's also probably something of not exactly the same because it's different, but they are also playing along with China and so on, the big game of call it imperialism or whatever. And they may be thinking, while we're busy with Ukraine, we may get gains in Africa or in Syria or whatever. Or we're exhausting NATO countries, which they are running out of ammunition, which they may be getting into social troubles and uprisings, maybe not immediately, maybe we need a couple of years more. We're not in a hurry. And also the attitude towards Ukraine is you will eventually surrender. And you will give us all we demand, which is neutrality, territorial concessions, and what they call denazification, which is not a bad name, but it really applies to destroy purge the NATO regime in Ukraine, constitute a new regime that is more friendly to Russia, less pro-NATO.
Mark, okay, so I have another question about all these things, right? Like example, was a few weeks ago when they tried to blow up the Crimean Bridge again. Is it possible one of those warheads that just got hit after this incident, that's where the missiles come from that blow up the bridge in Crimea?
Yeah, they just want to show don't fuck around with us, and they do a big strike of things they already know they can strike.
If you are playing those in IT, in network, in cyber, don't fuck with us. It's not a good defense.
No, you're right, because I mean maybe they suspected that was it. Then after the attack it was confirmed, so they hit it immediately afterwards. I mean, like Drew said or Wyatt said, they can't know everything, but they could have suspected it because I think it was late last year they hit that SBU naval place down there, like east of Odessa, that was supposedly being used to launch some of those drone boats. So I mean, you're right. It could they could have suspected it, and then they got it confirmed because maybe they caught some movement of the boats out of there or something like that, or they just didn't catch it in time. Because I mean, think about it. Like I said, everything the Ukrainians get that's top of the line stuff, they've got to move it around because they can't really let it sit. Because if it sits, there's too much chance somebody's going to rat them out. Because I mean, like we said before, there's so many. I mean, how can you tell a Russian spy from a Ukrainian? I mean, you know what I mean? It's like they can't really afford to sit. They're probably moving that stuff around constantly, and the Russians sometimes catch it, sometimes they don't.
Yeah,
and I agree with what you're saying. They probably hit that place afterwards because they knew that's where it came from.
This line of questioning is like asking why Russia allowed the truck bomb to blow up that bridge, the Crimean bridge at the time. What you see is that it got blown up, but what you don't see is the 10 other times that Russia stopped truck bombs, and they won't tell you. So they won't tell you that we blew up this missile. So maybe if Russia hadn't bombed all these warehouses, the Crimean bridge will already be a pile of ashes now. We don't know, and they will never tell us. So
it's like for FCS, because I can't pronounce your name properly. I don't want to be ashamed for that.
And that's all for FCS. That's all for FCS because to make it easy.
So no, it's your first open mic. So now you're going to join the Telegram. So it's meaning you're going to see more of the truth, what's happening with Russia, what Russia is doing. You're going to open your eyes in the coming days. I promise you that. We are sharing footage of what's really happening, what Russia is doing, and you're going to say,
propaganda.
Damn it, we didn't see that on the news.
I've been following this war since 2014. I was in that country before the war started. So,
okay.
And I met some people. Doing before this whole war started.
Yeah. But now about the days of now and tomorrow, you're going to see what they're really doing. I don't know how well informed you are already, Because Ukraine is already a few months on Telegram, and he's still believing the Western media for the moment.
Mr. Lambo.
What about the final
he's
pick?
saying that he
all I see in the Telegram chat is like kangaroos pictures and wombat pictures. There's nothing much else there.
He got brainwashed. Don't believe him.
No,
FCS,
you know,
I
my very
FCS,
first
I
in the West.
emailed you the link.
I am very serious. You see,
when I left
FCS.
Africa, I came to the West. That's when I knew how much misinformation is fed to the people in the West. When I was in Africa and traveling other places, I got some information. Then when I got here, like, wait, what? That is not true. Some of them, I was sitting right there when it was happening, and what was reported, what was repeated to me here in the West, doesn't even align. Like the war in Liberia, I have direct family members involved in that war in Liberia, and I was right there, like passing fires. And anyway, long story short, some of the information that I got when I get here, complete fabrications of what happened. I grew up in Africa. When I visit America a few years back, people were surprised we actually were close in Africa. Then one of them followed me back home, and I was showing him where I was raised, and he's like, "What?" I say, "This is exactly what I was raised in." But anyway, so the West, when it comes to information, they are missing a lot. If it does not include their country, they don't know about it. Even their country itself is limited. A few times in America, I met very few Americans that know about America. Very few Americans that can actually defend America politically, economically, or any socially. They even know anything beyond a city. I met people that have never left their state. Yeah, and so information, that one is very, very corrupted in the West. They have misinformation, fake news. All of a sudden, they care about fake news. When I came here, I saw a bunch of TV ads in America talking about, for 25 cents a day, you can feed a hungry African. And I'm like, oh, damn. That did the math. I was like, that doesn't add up. You give me anyway. But yeah, so I got to see whole lot there, like, okay, this is now all of a sudden they got a problem with fake news. Then because it doesn't go with that narrative. But fake news is not new here. Fake news have been fed to the West for a very long time, and it sucks because the moment you guys find a news source to get information, they flag it and they ban it, like the RT and other places. For me, I started listening to Fox News, I started listening to CNN, I started listening to all these media because one thing I learned is if you want to get a story that's not being discussed, listen to Fox News so they can bullshit it and they give you a reason to go look further into it. They're not going to tell you the truth of the story, but they will mention it. So sometimes RT is busy dealing with too many truths to handle. Fox will just throw you some dirt. Don't take the dirt they feed you. Take the story, look it up, do your own research on it, and expand on it. You're like, oh shit, they're feeding bullshit. So that's how I've discovered a few times traveling around the West. For Africa, it's BBC. If BBC didn't say it to them, they didn't hear it. It's the same misinformation it gives to them over there also. So now, thanks to RT, there's a little bit of some, but even RT said they say they're pushing some little. They try to be honest. When it comes to Russia, they tend to sugarcoat the truth too sometimes. So
correct.
And
almost every media, even CCTV, the Chinese TV station that have all over Africa these days, same thing. When they talk about America, they tell you they expose all of the wrong of America, all of the wrong of Europe, but they never expose the wrong of China, which again, I understand. You have to promote your own national interest, which is no problem. But if you go off of what your own national television media feeds you, you're completely misinformed. And that's what I think is happening right now with the Niger incident in Africa. So many Americans are used to the CNN, BBC, Fox News narrative of Africa. They're like, why is this African country telling us we can't steal their uranium, we can't steal their who are they? We could just go there and just bomb them tomorrow and move. You can bomb, yes, sure, you can bomb them, you can invade them tomorrow. But it's not going to be a one-day trip. It's going to be a long trip. So these countries are not powerful in the military power you see. It's the civilians you have to watch out for. I keep saying that people keep ignoring this. The manpower you see on papers is sometimes even half of that. Most is just corruption. The civilians, if you invade their country, are the ones that will always retaliate. And that's how Africa is. And the Portuguese found out in the 70s. And the French found out also during their decolonization of West Africa. it was most the civilians woke up the next morning. Once they had enough weapons, they took up arms against the French and negotiated, and they left in peace. The French didn't leave because they feel guilty. Because the French didn't leave, the Europe didn't leave Africa because they felt guilty or they say, oh, you know what, this is wrong. No. They left. Either you leave or you die. It was one of those situations. The ones that fought, they got killed in Angola and other places. The ones that resisted got killed. The ones that thought, okay, this is not going to stop. They negotiated in peace terms. There's an island in Guinea. It's called Charles de Gaulle Island. That was the last French base before they left. But that's why they moved to temporarily and flew from there and go to France. Because they got chased out of mainland Guinea. But again, the African populations some look passive. In every context, they tend to be. But if you invade that country, you invade that continent, like under a full text invasion mentality, you're not going to have your way. The army on book is not what you're going to fight. You're going to have to fight the civilians. And that's the mentality people tend to forget about how Africa is set up. So,
I think that's a good point because which is why DPA exists because I also the whole DPA appears because I cannot stand the mainstream media because they just keep covering up or having the wrong viewpoint or purposely write it in a way that is misleading. And that's how DPA actually first came about, and how I started mapping the war because I don't even trust the Western media to tell me what exactly is happening on the war. So I decided to map it myself to find out what exactly is happening. So I also want to do closing now because it's 4 hours 47 minutes. So let's start off with upgrade.
Yeah, like usual, was a nice talk. Was a nice talk, especially Africa. I liked the perspective of our African friends talking about their perspective on how they see things, and also the other topics were really fine. And yeah, like usual, getting more knowledge and more perspective of different people. DPA, it's very good.
Momiyini.
Yeah, basically, Momiyini is basically for no one looks for you, or Momikiri means no one sent for you, no one call for you, no one sent for you. But FCS is my acronym. So anyway, but again, also this is my first. I've always watched your since before I found DPA. I have some contacts in the next region. Based on my previous trips there, I have some people I've been in touch with. So when I watched CNN, I was trying to find some way to get some information. The Telegram channels were coming in Russian. I kept that on speak Russian. Had to go translate and come back. So I was like, CNN was not trusting. Fox News was not trusting. None of them was basically giving me any information. The very first week of the war looked like Ukraine was already in Moscow, already kicking Russians in Moscow. That's what it looked like. Like, okay, this war is done with tomorrow morning. Then somebody actually from the Telegram channel forwarded me, they follow this guy, and he does it in English and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so I found DPA. So yes, since I've been watching, it's just been in the background, doesn't comment. I didn't have a YouTube channel or YouTube account. I just created one today. So yeah. So anyway, just to get here. But in an African perspective, I won't say because again, what sells is what is exposed to. Is what people sell. Is what people go for. Your media company, so to some extent, and whatever stories that give you the information the people want to hear is what you want to give out. So the Africa tends to be ignored usually. And when the West deal with Africa, they deal with the government. They think the capital cities in the government is Africa. But for you guys outside of that circle, you want to know Africa, don't look at the government statement. Look at the people comment under the government statement. Every time any governmental give a speech on YouTube, go to the comment sections. You will get the true feelings of the reaction to that leader. And also one thing about coup, most coup in Africa is successful because of the military have more experience with the people than the government does. They know exactly the people's feelings about the government. They hear it. These are their cousins, their children, their wives. They know what the government. They know what people. The military spend more time among the people than they do than the government does with the people itself. So if they see the military is brave enough to take a coup against the government, they know they'll have a full support of the people. In the case of Niger, when it started, there was a very few people that came with a standard. Oh, democracy wants to see the mass of people. They get completely overshadowed overnight, and since then they're all just blending with the regular populations, or they completely disappeared. So yeah, but again, good job here. This is my first time of course, first interacting with you guys. I'm very, very hard to read, but so I try to watch this video when I'm doing some other work on the side. I just have them play in the background. Most of your open mic and your sit reps, that's how I read them. I just have it in the background, play in the background, and I'm working. But yeah, nice meeting you guys again. I hope I'll see you guys around.
Thank you, FCS. I also emailed you already the link to join the Telegram group. It's a private group only for open mic speakers, so you can check the link. Yeah, if you didn't receive, you can just email me. My emails are quite easy to find, or in any ways, you can contact me.
Find it.
Yeah. So, Luis.
Okay, I link with what Momiyini said before about the media and what Malcolm X said many years ago, which was basically that if we aren't prevented, the mass media will make us hate the oppressed and love the oppressors. And that's because the oppressors own the mass media. And we have a problem in the West and probably in the world in general, but especially in the West, of all the media, or basically all the media, except few marginal outlets like could be DPA or could be others, that are owned by very, very few hands. And that's a problem. That's why we may be more aware because we are not that the average kind of people probably, but most people have that problem that they basically watch TV or whatever, and they get one version, and it's the same version basically whatever media you are watching, and that's it. Peace and sustainability, because that has been an issue on this discussion today. Thank you for having me, and thank you for being here.
Misterlambo.
Yes, I'm going to do my closing a little bit less seriously. So I'm going to change glasses. Hello. Yeah, it is cool. Well, less serious. Yeah, it was a special open mic. I didn't follow a lot. I just came at the half through. So I missed some funny shit about Ukraine also. So I'm going to watch that later. It was a good panel. I saw a few new guys, and I really love to see a panel about the Africa situation. So you really to look required to make something about talking about that. So a voice chat, a pre-recorded open mic. I think is very important because I think it's a very complex thing. Also with the BRICS together. So yeah, it was a very interesting discussion today. It was. I am happy to speak a little bit about Ukraine because last time you didn't all speak about Ukraine, and we need to speak a little bit because some of our viewers are happy to learn something about what's happening there for the moment. No, seeing just Russia playing their game, you're pushing back, you're pushing back. I think we are going to wait. There are like 10 Ukrainians left anymore. Very thing. I was shocked this week by reading about women fighting for Ukraine. Not that I am having something about it. It's women have the right to fight as a soldier, but not pregnant. I was very shocked about that. They are pregnant women fighting in Ukraine. It's disgusting. So it's always saying how bad it is in Ukraine for the moment. It says a lot to me. The things that happens with the ships, okay. Russia does also do mistakes. They are not doing a perfect war. The attacks of yesterday was just like to say, we have missiles, don't play with us. They target something. Storm Shadows were launched today, saying there are still Sukhoi 24s left for the moment. So yeah, the Ukraine has still something in the air. Flying, we are waiting about the F-16s. Going to be a very funny one, but we are still waiting. Where are they? You're waiting about the Abrams. Where are they? Still funny also. So it's a very special situation, and I am trying to follow the situation in Ukraine. But it's just waiting. It's waiting. Like I said always, it's a useless war. No reason to be happened. They had a contract that be struck by Johnson and by Biden. very sad that happened, because that war is making a lot of dead people, and one dead people is one too much. So I was willing to say about the Ukraine situation. Otherwise, yeah, you see, energy, that's something for the future also. I am in a big mess in Europe at that situation. So yeah, it was an interesting open mic. It was very chaotic, but it was a good one. And you need to support DPA. Like, subscribe, and I hope we don't going to have these stupid guys coming spamming the stream and try to destroy the stream, because it's a big shame. I prefer that not to happen. Get a life, do something with your life, watch all the videos of it, but leave us alone. Don't ruin it. Yeah, that was it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lambo. And
I'll keep mine short. I'll keep mine short. I just like to say I don't just come on for China topics. I come on for economics, finance, power, because I worked a little bit in that industry, data science, because I actually trained data scientists, and trading, because I'm a deliveries trader. So I come on for anything but war. I don't really know anything about war. Yeah, economics, things like that, sure. But I wanted to say that it's nice that we finally, like a lot of people like to say Africa is the forgotten continent. So it's nice that we finally really get a lot of interest in Africa. Unfortunately, it's for all the wrong reasons. And I certainly hope that it doesn't explode, and calmer minds will prevail, and instead of Slavs killing Slavs, we end up with Africans killing Africans, and hopefully that happens. But I unfortunately, my prediction is that it will kick off, because they're gonna wind down Ukraine, so they need something else to do, the MIC. So unfortunately, I think the next one is Africa in Niger. So yeah, but it's also bad news for Ukraine, because it means that whoever is running the Ukrainian thing now is suddenly going to see their support evaporate, because they're going to change their support from Ukraine to Niger, or like okay, we need to support Nigeria in the freeing of the democratic prisoners in Niger, and then Ukraine is just forgotten, and then Zelensky will just go retire if he manages to get up in one of his Spanish villas. Yeah. So yeah, that's it.
Next, Shadowi.
Yes, I just want to say that I fear that the interest we have now for Africa is just because there is this conflict, may or may not come to Niger. And what I fear is that we focus on it only because we need to fix of geostrategic, geopolitical, diplomatic interest. And since myself included, and since nobody care about Ukraine anymore, at least a lot less, we are looking for another topic to speak about, basically. And I think if it was 3 years ago, nobody would care about this COP in Niger. And I fear that in 3 years, nobody would care anymore. Okay, Prata, your turn.
Well, I am not so disbelieving about Africa. I think Africa has been in our lives for a long time. We just didn't pay attention, or we didn't want to pay attention. That's something else. Nevertheless, the misunderstanding and the consequences of the false borders is something that will keep going on. Nevertheless, a state is a state, and we kind of mix state with ethnics and nationhood. This is different stuff. I was before talking about something more complex, and people didn't understand. They wanted to talk about war. It's not about war, it's about creating the nation state, when a state is a nation, a nationality. And it doesn't need to be, because a state is a creation of an organization that gives something to people, and people give back. if that state is not in a real condition, it needs to disappear. And that's something, the problem about Africa. We have been seeing some states splitting, but we didn't see states getting together. There was a very short creation of Guinea-Bissau with Cape Verde. It didn't go well. It split it almost 1 or 2 years after that, but we didn't see unification. So unifications could be interesting. Splittings into within ethnic borders, we also didn't see that. So it's very complicated. And the problem is because we have in the West this fake idea of nation state, a state based on nationality, a single nationality. It doesn't need to do. I think Miabebe made an amazing explanation what was actually the Mali Empire and many other empires, because that's what means empire. It doesn't mean a single ethnicity. It means many people belonging together, working together in different sections of real life, so, be it in doing one thing and the others doing something else. What I hope really is that this new idea of Ukraine, the creation of a nation state, a nation based on one ethnic, doesn't spread, because that would be too bloody. We have experienced that in Europe. It was horrible what we had. World War I, well, the Napoleon Wars, World War I, World War II, killing everybody around. We don't need that. We need more thinking that dignity for everybody. I think if we look, because I wanted to talk about the peace negotiations in Saudi Arabia, and how the Chinese peace plan is becoming more important. They speak about that, and that's interesting, which is we have to give dignity for all states and all peoples around the world. And when we do that, when we recognize that everybody has the right to live in this little planet, and there is no aristocracy, there is no higher people than we or the others or wherever live there, we can live together in a better world. There is no climate change. We can live together in a very good balanced world, and that's my point. Coming here to talk with you guys, and sometimes fighting.
Awesome. Just to piggyback off of what Prata just said right now, I'm going to say that Ukraine can and must have their own country and identity, but they can't have an ethnically pure Ukraine, because that necessarily implies genocide. You just can't do that. I'm sorry. And one other thing I wanted to do is I wanted to piggyback off of what FCS and Misterlambo were talking about when it came to being lied to about the news. Well, like all news is propaganda. Propaganda is just information that is intended to influence you. It can be true or untrue or anything in between, right? Like if somebody tries to tell me that I'm listening to Russian propaganda, I would just be like, so I listen to your propaganda too. If you listen to CNN and you believe what is being said, then you're the problem. It's not CNN. CNN is just doing what CNN does, and same thing with CGTN, and same thing with RT, right? For my closing, I wanted to address a question that NGS put up that I think we missed, just because I haven't been here for that long, so I missed a huge chunk of the discussion. He was asking about the slow advance, about how Russia must also take politics, resources, and economics when it comes to their timetable as they try to secure victory. And I just wanted to say that, yes, the Russians have to manage the escalation of the war in multiple domains, and they are sensitive to the necessity of something like an off-ramp for Western leaders. Like they understand that this is something that needs to be there. But they are in a knockdown, drag-out fight for national interest and national survival, you could even say, and they seem to have the tools for the job, and they seem to have the determination to see it through to the end, and they will probably walk away with what they think that they need. So I think that this realization is dawning on the West, that there's nothing that we can do about it. It's just going to end up being that way, and that's why they're talking about, Russia's already lost the war. Russia's already lost the war. Move along. Nothing to see here, folks. And that's my closing. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thanks, Bradley. Andrew?
Well, I just wanted to say that this was a great open mic. I'm really glad to see more people, especially people from African countries, join, because I believe they give a amazing insight on the mentality on the situation of those areas. Actually, welcome to FCS and the others who joined today. Uh, and I just wanted to say that if just this is in general, of course. If you want a united African federation, united African continent, even a united African united East African Federation. If, for example, you are begging on your knees for ethnic warfare, you're begging for ethnic rivalries and genocides, essentially. Because it's the only thing that will happen. It's only logic. Eventually, it will collapse due to corruption, due to whatever. And what will happen is different ethnicities will go at war with each other to kill each other, because that's how it goes. It's going on imagine it's going on in Europe. We're seeing it in Europe right now. If we're not going to see it in Africa, that's simply foolish in my opinion. And about the Ukraine war, we're seeing, of course, the Ukrainians keep bashing their head against the Russian fortifications, which is always a funny thing to see. It's always great. Just now, a video was published, very funny, Wyatt. You should really see it. It's a video of a Ukrainian tank driving into a river and drowning there because they were trying to cross the river near Urozhaina. That was great. And just one last thing to Gonzalo. I think you wrote down the wrong country. I don't think you're in the United States. You're probably in Ukraine and some SPU base being getting your nuts busted and tortured. That's it.
Thanks, Andrew. Fake Gonzalo, Vaun.
Yeah, I just want to say this was a great panel today, and I really like having FCS on there and all the new guys because, like Andrew said, it's great to get perspectives from people that are actually there on the ground. Like, subscribe, and share. I mean, I don't think anyone in media offers the diversity of a platform that Wyatt's put here, because we have people from all around the world. So usually when something pops off, there's always somebody that's in the area or knows somebody or has been there or has some kind of information that we wouldn't get normally. So, I mean, really, if you want to know what's going on around the world, like in Africa or Ukraine, I mean, DPA is the place to be. And as far as like Gonzalo Lira goes, if he's a stand-up guy like he says he is and the theories floating around about him aren't true, I hope he's safe and I hope he's well. And that's my closing. Like, subscribe, and share.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for participating in today's Open Mic 41. And bye, people. Then I will have my chance to do closing.
Goodbye.
Bye, Tips.
Bye. Take care.
Bye-bye. See you, FCS, in the lounge. Yeah. Bye, Prata. So, yeah. Now my turn to do closing. So first thing first, this stream, I cannot leave it as a public, because of the guy that came in. I actually saw his face in the backstage. He's a very handsome guy. Then he decided to put on the thing. So I was already kind of mentally prepared something is going to be wrong, and then he put up porn. So it's not the first time. I think he did it before, probably the same guy again. But I did see his face. So, but I didn't have a recording, so you are fine, dude. But it's just dumb because I'm not pro Ukraine. I'm not pro Russia. I'm not pro Ukraine. That you destroy the platform, it doesn't work because it just doesn't destroy the platform. So what it does is that I will be unlisting this stream. I will be re-uploading after I download this stream from StreamYard. The only bad thing is that we will lose the live chat. That's the only thing this kind of sabotage will do. That's the only thing that we lose, which is unfortunate because the live chat is actually very, very interesting. I think it's as interesting as the discussion on screen. It's just too bad, we have sabotage like this. So which means that we will have to be even more strict. So not even if I saw his face, the person must always show his face. That's the only way we can go about doing this. So unfortunately, so that's why all these pro-Ukrainian people irritates all the neutrals into supporting Russia. That's just how it is. That's why I will never support Ukraine. I put it on record. I would never ever. I would rather die than support Ukraine. So, but I'm not supporting Russia as well. I'm just saying there is no. I've seen too much. So anyway, other than that, today is a very good open mic. We have our typical crazy and messy open mic back again because we have a number of new people and a combative situation between Prata, Luis, and all this discussion between and we actually also know is a good learning lesson. I think that to actually see what Africa really is. We have 4 Africans on the panel, and they cannot agree among themselves. And it basically and then you have Prata and some of the Europeans or Caucasians trying to talk to them, and it just becomes like a microcosm of what happened during the colonial era, and then between the different African countries, and why Africa cannot really unite in the way how we imagine. It can never become Wakanda. Wakanda is a dream which doesn't appear in real life. So, the differences between all the different tribes and the different people, which they call it tribes in the rest of the world, we call it races or ethnic groups. The differences is huge. It's very hard to get Vietnamese to agree with Cambodian, to agree with the Thai, to agree with the Burmese. And this diameter in terms of distance is even smaller than what we are talking about in West Africa. And so the West Africa is just West Africa alone is huge. It's like trying to get the Spanish to understand the British, to understand the German, to understand the Polish, to understand the Russian. It's just different people. So this is eye-opening because it's very hard because we don't get much news and information about Africa. Like in reality, outside of Africa, no one's really reporting on Africa. We don't know much about Africa, even though we know it's big, but we don't understand. We only see them like Africa, like as if they are one people and one country. And in the end, they are just as diverse and as anywhere else part in the rest of the world. And I think today, it helps to rewire our brain to kind of understand this is the reality, that even if we have people, from Africa, I think they are mostly all from. We have Angola, we have one which have a Malian heritage. We have Nigerians, and none of them can agree with themselves. So that is actually very eye-opening, because if you look at Americans, United States of America, the Americans, they can largely agree with one another. They basically split into 2 or 3 main groups, liberals and Democrats, Republicans, but they still can agree on certain things and disagree. It's much more simpler. I think Africa is very, very complicated. So I think that is a very eye-opener, and that helps us to put a perspective into what to expect in terms of this Niger situation. And so thank you for you guys for watching. And like I said again, just now I said this stream I have to unlist it, and unfortunately the live chat is not going to survive. I can edit the video actually within YouTube Studio. I can kind of blur that part, but the thing is, by doing that, the video will be delayed very, very long. On top of that, the live chat will still be gone. So the live chat have to be gone, whatever it is. So so that's the problem with sabotagers. So anyway, thank you guys for watching, and please subscribe, press the like button. Unfortunately, our viewership is kind of stuck. We are always around this kind of viewership. So hopefully we can actually grow this channel eventually somehow, some way. And thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you in the next update.